Hello, everybody! Welcome. If you don't know what this is of course the Southeast Asian Community Invitational Challenge, more or less. And this is going to be our second time doing it. First
Yeah.
of all, my name is Nyterra, and with me, I am with a fantastic co-caster here, Stavey. And
Yeah.
we've got a lineup for you. Now, I want to ask you something, Stavey, just before we start.
Yeah. What is it, man?
Where do you
Tell.
come from?
I'm from Indonesia, man.
See, he's from Indonesia. I'm from Singapore. This is an amazing opportunity to be casting with you from all across the region. Because I
Hey,
mean,
the honor is
if you
mine, man. The honor is
yeah,
mine.
the honor is yours, but like it's as much yours as mine, right? Right? And
Yeah,
this
I
is
got
only
you. I got
brought together because of like the many communities that we have here in Southeast Asia, coming from Pokemon Unite Singapore, Pokemon Unite Malaysia, Indonesia,
you. Yeah.
Brunei,
Vietnam.
Philippines, and Indonesia. I got it. And
Yeah,
Vietnam,
got.
Got it. First try.
I got you. I got you, man.
And hey, do you want to give us the rundown on like how this is gonna go? Because I know we have a set of rules that we have here, and we want to make sure people are familiar with this before we get into it.
Yeah. So like, there's a new patch, and this is going to be really exciting with the new Pokemon Championship mode, and that's what we're gonna use because this championship mode gonna make sure that we can use every kind of Pokemon, all health items, all battle items, and the most important part is that all health item is level max.
That's
That's
amazing. That's
that.
amazing.
Yeah, that's the point. That's the point for this mode, man.
That means like we don't have to like if some of us are like missing levels on our items, we'll have them. If some of us main another Pokemon that we don't have, we have them. And the best of all, I think for some of the players here is the observer camera, right? If you didn't know, we have a
Of course.
fly camera now, and now we get to see the map. We can move around and whatnot. God send, I'm telling you that right now.
Look, it's sports ready for me, man. I think we're ready with this Pokemon Unite to go live esports for me.
Tell me about it. So right now we do have a little bit to talk about before we start this. Our
Okay.
first match of the day is versus Team Overdrive and Team Rocket. Now, if you didn't know, I think you know Team Overdrive really well, right?
I know
C-
them all
yeah,
from
you
the
know
top
them.
to the bottom. Yeah, I
Yeah,
can
so
tell you
these
all
two
about
teams are
them.
going to be clashing it out of here. And again, it is a Southeast Asia Invitational challenge, right?
Yep.
So this is coming from different regions in Southeast Asia. I do believe, if I'm not wrong, Team Overdrive is coming from Indonesia.
Yeah. Yes, they are from
And
Indonesia.
if I'm not wrong, in that case, Team Rise should be Team
Team.
Rocket. Sorry, I'm say a little bit of preview for you guys to know like which team's coming
I
out.
know.
There's a Team Rise in here. Just between you and me, right?
It's okay. It's okay. I know. I know. Team
Yeah.
Rocket. Oh, we gotta talk about Team Rocket too, right?
Yeah, we're gonna talk about Team Rocket, and I'm trying to figure out which region they're from. I'm a bit
They're
uninformed
from
to this one because, like,
Vietnam. Come on. I'm gonna
I'm
clarify.
sorry, man. I'm
Vietnam.
sorry. It's my first time here. You know that. Come on. So, Team Rocket, at the very
Yeah.
least, to my knowledge, is a Vietnam team
Yes.
and we're versing an Indonesian team, Team Overdrive. And I think, for me at least, not the first time I've seen Team Overdrive, even though I come from Singapore, which is
Yep.
amazing. But Team
Course, you
Rocket,
can see Team Overdrive many times, but
yeah.
Team Rocket is, for me, it's kind of new too.
So, why don't we talk about Team Rocket first while we're at it?
Okay, we can see that they're coming with 7 members.
All right,
That
7 members.
Gucci, Gaming, Stunky, BO, Bitsy, Chua, and IK. And I think
All right.
that the 5 member is the main member, right? I think most of them put it that way for Team Rocket.
Yeah. So while they're setting up, they are having bans now. So in this format of the tournament, we did establish that we are doing somewhat of a global ban pick system.
Yep.
So to
So
run you through how that works, first of all, I think I need to tell you the bans here. So of course, Trevenant being not even a week old, we are not having him in the tournament. And then we have Snorlax, Zeraora, and Gengar, which are the 3 other Pokemon that are not in the tournament because of if they have bugs or
still,
their bugs
yeah,
were like fixed at
I know
too short
about it.
notice.
We can
Yep.
still they can't still use them
Yep. So
even after the new patch, right? Like
even
it's not.
after the new patch, it's
Yeah,
unfortunate,
they
but
don't know
you
about
know
it.
what? At the very least, we got that rolling, and I do believe I am informed right now that it's not Gengar that's being banned. My bad. It's Snorlax, Zero Aura.
Yeah.
And yeah. So I completely messed up. So yeah, we're gonna start in a little bit, but first of all, before that, like I was saying, right? We are talking about the bands. We believe we have a global band from Blissey from Team Overdrive, and on
Oh,
Lucario on Team
yeah.
Rocket. So top lane is gonna be interesting. And
Yeah,
Blissey, standard tank, but maybe we'll see more weekly time, we'll see more Elder Gods. What do you think? What do you think?
I think it's still going to be that Serena and Dragonite going to be the most pick from this. But I
I
don't know,
mean,
man.
we
They
see
got
both of
nerfed
them.
before. They got nerfed. So I want to see something new. Like I think like Gardevoir is still there, and Garchomp and Charizard. They
But can
both
we talk about
big
that
buff.
first? Are you looking at what I'm looking at?
Oh my god!
Yeah, oh my god, can we talk
Still,
about
it's
that? Looks
still
clean. That looks clean.
that. Okay.
I'm not the one looking at this. You
It's
guys
okay.
are, and we're with you.
Yeah, you can see that there's still Serena and Dragonite. I already talked about this. Although they got nerfed, but they still really good for this patch, man. They're damaged, they're really tanky, and of course they can secure objective really fast. Both of them.
Yeah. Can we talk about like a few things here? First of all, Greedent has been definitely one of the, I would say, go-to Pokemon in the recent few weeks. So I'm really interested to see that. But I saw that Dragonite, and he was running Muscle Band Scope Lens for his attack items. I'm interested to see why that's the rationale here, because, you know, I don't believe Hyper Beam has crit ever when I'm playing it. And I could be just really unlucky, but, you know, maybe they're going for an auto attack angle, you know, just chip them down bit by bit.
Yeah, I don't really think that Dragonite got really good with the auto attack, man. But you can see that Charizard, my man, is back to the tournament, bro. I'm really excited.
Is. And I think you've seen yourself as well, right? The skin for Charizard, the samurai skin.
Yeah, the samurai skin is really dope, man.
Well,
It's epic.
hopefully we're gonna see him slay and pray as we go into the games. And I think it's no exception we see the games here. It's definitely going to be a very standard, like 1-1-3 composition for the most part. And
yeah,
you know, jungle is always going to be the same. We're not going to see much difference there. So how is this going to play out is anyone's guess here. Can we get it out? Because I waiting for it out here because okay, hold on.
I'm curious about the laning. Are they still using 1-1-3 or 2-1-2 now?
I think 2-1-2 is the go-to, right?
2-1-2.
Like, because it's always a very safe approach when you're coming into any game. 1-1-3 definitely, if you have a more coordinated team, definitely more applicable there if you're a strong top laner. And Greedent can fill that role for the side of Team Overdrive.
They both got amazing top lane, like Serena on the Team Overdrive and Greedent for the Team Rocket. I think
who do you think will win though? Let's be honest here, right? Are we talking about the spear?
Yeah.
The removable shield or the insurmountable spear? I forgot how that went, but you guys get what I mean. You guys get what I mean.
Yeah.
Oh. Stevie, do you hear that?
You tell them, Nyterra. You tell them. I don't want to share this. I don't want to share it.
We are going to have to do a remake, unfortunately. I do believe one of their team members weren't able to connect to the match, but we do have a rough idea of the lineup already. So let's talk about that, right? So we saw on Team Rocket, we had a Greedent. We saw on Team Overdrive, we had a Serena. And like I was talking about, right? Like, which do you think is really going to win in the long run? Is it going to be
in the
long
damage
side? Like Serena with damage?
For the damage-wise, I think it's still going to be Serena. But for objective, I think Greedent is going to win it. With the Coffet.
Greedent is going to be it. You think he's going to go in and steal?
Of course. It's still really good with the Coffet build. He can still, like, Dreadnought or Rotom miles away, man. He come in, like, you don't see him coming. You don't see him coming, and it's just taking the objective from you. Right in front of you.
I agree with you, and let's go with this, right? We did see Team Rocket have a Greedent, and if you see he's going to steal, much more so, they do have a Dragonite as well. So we might see a little bit more coming in from objectives with Team Rocket.
Team Rocket, yeah, they can secure objective really good from a far away.
Yeah, and of course, on the other side, we had the Elder Gods, we had the Pikachu, and we did see Serena, to my knowledge.
Venusaur, I think.
Oh, Venusaur as well. So I think that maybe they are going for a more team fight composition.
Team fight,
eventually.
I really want to make it to team fight first, then secure objective later on.
You know what? I think that's the play that they're going for, and Team Overdrive, they might have a strategy in line for it. So let's see how, Team Rocket is going to play this out. Because when you look at the composition, it definitely looks like, one can definitely gain levels faster, but the other wouldn't be too far behind always. And I think, it's very easy to tell which is which. Team Rocket is the one going for objective. Team
Yep.
Overdrive might be going for more team fight compositions.
And so I think that Team Overdrive really need to win the early pace game, man, because like the Charizard is really not online early on. So Team Overdrive can really give pressure so that Team Rocket didn't have enough level later on to take objective, I mean.
Yeah. And now with that being said, I'm excited to see how this is going to play out because, we keep talking about all this, but games are still loading up again. And again, we hope to get back to you ASAP, but unfortunately, gonna have to be a bit slow at the start here, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's first game. They're still going to take to see
Every-
each other
You
strategy.
know what?
Like,
You're right. You're right. Everyone's warming up, right? They're just like, all right, gear is cranking. It's morning. We're going in for Pokemon Unite. We gotta
yeah,
give it a all, and then they crash now, which is better than later, right?
yeah, of course, it's still a round robin, still
And that's
manageable.
good. All right, all right. So while we're talking about that, can I ask you a question?
Okay, what is it, man? What is it? Throw me,
Okay.
throw me.
Favorite Pokemon in Unite? Go.
Lucario, no doubt.
Everyone's Lucario main. Everyone's Lucario main.
Hey man,
Everyone's Lucario main.
the first time Unite released that I don't have enough money, I just throw in the gems, man. I gotta take that Lucario ASAP, man.
Lucario's everywhere. Look, we're all friends here. We're all friends here.
Yes,
Look.
that's it, Lucario. That's the
You know,
best one.
if you don't main Lucario, I don't know what you're doing here. Look, this is not the region for you, probably. Or
But
maybe we're just like,
developers
what
have, man, enough with the Lucario. They gave it nerf every single patch, but people still using Lucario, no matter what, man. You can throw him every single kind of nerf, but people are still gonna use it.
You know what? Homeboy here doesn't need anyone nerfs, but he is still fairly okay in the meta. I don't think we'll see him today for sure.
Hey, there
After the
he's
recent hits,
banned.
but
He's banned.
you
So
know
I
what?
think people
Who
still
knows?
think he's really good, right?
Kind of. I'd be interested to see how this plays out for sure.
Hey, I'm really excited with the Charizard, man. The new
For
buff,
sure.
you can see that he can throw that flamethrower while walking.
All right, that's with the new Charizard. Yeah.
Yeah, he's running at you and throw that fire right at your face, man.
Charizard Jungle sounds very much a thing that could happen.
Mhm.
Getting level 5 very early on and able to poke people out with Flamethrower means that, he just bounce back and forth like that.
Oh, so you think Charizard is going to take the jungle, not Dragonite?
We'll see. We'll see. Right? I don't think either one will be wrong to pick.
I mean,
And
they're both really not really good at laning. I'm kind of
yeah,
curious to see too.
so
What are Team Rockets going to do about it, man?
what would Team Rocket do in this situation? Other than blasting off again, would be, both our questions, right? So I do believe that, if they go, they're still going Dragonite for sure. Right? Hyper
Yeah,
Beam still does a good chunk of damage.
for Bim, yep.
But like I was saying, right, if you're gonna run Muscle Band and Scope Lens, maybe you're going for a
But
more auto attack
yes,
heavy build.
so maybe first
Outreach.
time outreach. Oh yeah,
Outreach.
I'm
I mean,
okay.
that
Okay,
might
okay.
really be the angle. That truly might be the angle. I mean, call me out here, Copium, right? But that feels like an angle they're going for if you want to go for like a crit damage build.
So extreme speed or the Dragon Dance for you?
That's a good question. I mean, Dragon Dance always provides you more damage, but with extreme speed, you never have to worry about not
Chasing,
being in range, right? Yeah, you know where you're chasing.
good for
But
chasing.
Dragon Dance does about the same thing. You also close the gap. So
Yep. And the cooldown reduction from Dragon Dance, it's kind of broken for me, man.
you know
Like
what? I'm
every
gonna say Dragon Dance. I'm gonna say Dragon Dance.
Dragon Dance, yeah, I think people going to pick Dragon Dance still
Yeah,
with that
Dragon
reset
Dance
from the
and
auto
Orange.
attack. Especially he used Muscle Band, right? So that attack speed is
Yeah.
going to reduce the Dragon Dance even more for him.
All right. So we both agree that Team Rocket is Dragonite with Outrage, right? We both
Yeah.
agree that, right?
I'm excited, man. I don't really know if they're going to pick that, but I'm excited to see outrage
Anyone's
after
excited.
all this time. Yeah,
I mean,
like
if
hyper
you're
beam.
excited,
I mean, I'm really knocked with the hyper beam, man. It's so much damage, man. It's so broken.
it
But
is. It
I
is.
but we need outrage. Like you going in there, you make people scared of you, man. With that outrage.
With 3 stacks, insane damage. But again, we'll have to see once they're done. And once again, I'm gonna apologize to all of you here that we are not into the games yet. Still having some technical difficulties, but we will
Hey,
be
we can
coming
talk
back.
about their support. We have enough about their all rounder, like their carry. What about their support, man? I see that Wigglytuff and Eldegoss from Overdrive there.
That's true. That's true. And you know what? We were talking about it, right? Team fight potential.
Yeah.
Wigglytuff going in with a Sing, maybe Wigglytuff going with a roll out somewhere near a close corridor,
Yeah.
completely locking them out. And
Yep.
Eldegoss always a good character to just continuously harass them, right? You auto attack with their muscle band, does
Still,
so much
the
damage over
shield
time.
from the Eldegoss is really, really good for me.
Exactly. And I don't think
Cotton Guard.
Eldegoss will be dethroned, right? Like
Yep.
Cotton Guard is just way too strong still. The only character with like a mass AoE, shield, and heal for the most part,
Yeah.
and allows you to move around the map a lot faster with Leaf Tornado. So, you know what? Eldegoss is still a very strong position.
And
in
one
the
of the
support.
best Unite moves in this game, right?
One of the best, in my opinion, at least. I mean, have you
Oh,
seen the damage it
okay.
does? It's sometimes so ridiculous that I forget that he's a support, and I'm like,
Support. Yeah, I know.
why
Like,
are you doing like that much damage? No.
like
Why do you
you
have
heal
CC?
your friend. You're flying. You can be touched, and you deal so much damage. Like
Exactly.
the Unite move does it all.
See, this
From
guy knows what I mean. This guy knows what I mean. See, this is why you're my co-caster, Stevie. Like, we're together in this. We're together in this.
Okay, what about Team Rocket, man? I don't really see their support back then.
I did not catch it, unfortunately, and I
You
really
don't catch
wish
it
I
too?
could.
Come on, man. Come on, Nyterra. You're
Oh,
better than this.
come on. I'm sorry. Look, I might be the color caster, but you know what?
You
Those colors.
you gotta do Team Rocket like that, man. Come on, don't be like that. Okay, I think we're going
No,
back
see?
now.
I stalled enough time for them to come in, so now we know what support they're using. Eldegoss.
Wait. Is there Serena from Rocket?
Yes, that's a Serena from Rocket, so
Where's Charizard? Where's my man Charizard, man? Come on. Team Rocket, don't do it like that.
no. You see, that's why they're Team Rocket. They don't have the good Pokemon. They don't ever get it there.
Okay.
I'm just
Nyterra,
saying it. I'm saying it as I see it.
You tell me, man. Hey, they're only got one support, man. So what about their team fight now? You still think Overdrive going for a team fight with this?
I think so. But here's the thing, right? We have Serena most likely going top lane.
Top
So
lane,
I
yeah.
think we all know where the Greenland's going. Just saying.
Oh yeah, Greener at
Come on,
the front.
you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Okay. So it's still going to be 1-1-3 for you too.
1-1-3 on the side of Team Overdrive, right? But on the side of Team Rocket,
It's obvious 1-1-3 for Team Overdrive since we got two support, right?
it might be a 2-1-2 because Greenland might invade. And then we see Eldegoss and Venus on the bottom.
Invade from Green. Oh, I forgot about it. Green still can't invade your jungle. Yeah.
So, what are we
So-
expecting here, in my opinion, would be Pikachu maybe holding back a little bit to see whether the Greenland really does invade,
Yep.
so that they can collapse on him, right? But
I
we
think
really
it's
want to avoid one more
I think it's Eldegoss. Pikachu is still going to need to farm at the bottom lane, man.
that. You know what? That does make much more sense.
Yep.
But
Pikachu
it's
is
anyone's
carry,
guess.
man. Carry.
So,
So,
what do you think is going to happen here if we push into the late game, right? It's going to be how it's going to play out, because more team fight composition versus the more objectives
secure.
oriented composition will always determine where we go, and levels is everything in this game.
Yeah,
So, once again,
that Team Overdrive really need to make pressure, like I said before, right? Since they
Correct.
can really do it from the Wigglytuff initiation, while the Team Rocket gonna need to make sure that they can survive till the late game. Okay, here comes, man.
here we go. See, the green is coming in.
I told you it's 1-1-3 Team Overdrive, but here comes the Greedon, man. Oh
And-
no!
No? What's happening? Oh, okay, I see how this is going.
Yeah.
The bait and switch? No, it's not the bait and
Oh,
switch.
it's the game for a Corpus! Okay.
Okay,
Yeah, pause.
let's talk about that real quick. We're in pause, right? we all think the traditional way to go about this is Greedent
Yeah.
goes straight into the jungle, right?
Yeah.
That's not the case in this case because I think this might be a more optimal way to do it. Take your opponent's A-palm
Take
here,
your-
so they're like thinking like, whoa, where is it going? And then suddenly you realize Greedent was in lane, but he's not. And then they start thinking, it's like, is he actually stealing my stuff? And like, that's a lot of mind games to it. I love that.
Yeah. It's a mind game from the Greedent.
And-
Like this, Serena from Overdrive gonna say that Greedent is here, so that the jungler can keep farming from their lane. But later on, he said, "Wait, man, where's my core piece? I don't get to level 5 right now."
Exactly.
And that's the Greedent. Yeah.
I have a friend who will always tell me this. He has one word for Greedent.
What is it, man?
Irritant. Just irritating, going in and out like that, and no one can
So
stop him.
annoying. Yeah, I don't really like fighting against Greedent too, man. If I see Greedent, like I tell my team, like let it go, man. Just let him do whatever he wants to do.
Yeah, and let's put it this way, right? If that Greedent lives in your jungle rent free, what are you gonna do, right?
Yeah, you want to kill him, you can run.
All right.
Okay.
So let me give you a break rundown before that. Sorry to cut you off there, but we are doing an item check. As you realize, we did pause the game. That's a new tournament mode
Yeah.
feature. So just trying to like look through their stuff, like, oh hey, what are you using? Making sure everything's down correct, and then we can go in. So we'll be coming back in a little bit. Oh, okay, I'm hearing something. There we go. Got you. There we go. So
Okay.
right now we do an item
Nice.
check. So we're talking about it, right, Stevie?
Yeah.
Like this is a global ban and pick kind of tournament. And here's the thing. It looks like Team Rocket might have misread the rules, unfortunately, and they did pick
no,
an item
no,
outside
no.
of their like what they chose. So it looks like they're gonna have to
Okay.
take one round loss.
No, come on.
Hey, you know what?
Yeah,
They
man.
don't. They need a free win. They don't need a free win.
Yeah,
They can take
We-
a 2-0. We believe
we
in that,
need
right?
the game. Man. We need the game.
Yeah, we
need
need
to
that game.
Game.
We need to see Team Rocket come out 1-2 now, right? Because they just fulfilled one game. Totally fine here. We can definitely see them make a comeback. You know, they haven't made
Yep.
any fatal mistakes yet.
Yep.
So, totally fine here. We can make it work. But you know, the
I
team
think it can
competition-
advantage for Team Overdrive because they're gonna know that Greedent is going to do something next game.
Oh,
Huh?
that is true. That is
Huh?
true.
Oh, the mind game's been broken, man. The mind game.
My games. But that also means we gotta sit here for another 5 minutes to figure out, you know, what else they can do differently, right? And I think as we're looking
yeah.
through that, it's gonna come down on the thing. Yeah, maybe we can just show
Can
you
show
guys
the
the games
game, yeah.
so you know we have an idea of what they're going to do instead of looking at our beautiful faces.
I think our face is really good, but the game is better, man.
Exactly. See, he knows what I'm gonna say. And right here, of course, let's
Yeah.
talk about what they've chosen, what they're picking, and whatnot, right?
Yeah.
Because I believe the very standard composition. Let's talk about Team Overdrive first.
Yeah.
Wigglytuff will be on Sync for sure, right? No ifs, buts,
All
whens
up?
there.
Yeah.
But on Serena though, Stomp.
Still going to triple axel or stomp? Yeah.
Yeah. You see, you get what I mean. I don't know what to tell you. I personally would like those
Stomp.
words. I feel like those words shouldn't come out of my mouth, but Serena with Stomp is my kind of thing.
Really? You like the stomp?
I like it when Serena stomps. Not on me. Let's be very clear there. Not on me. Calm down, guys.
Okay. Let's throw out the jokes, man. I mean, like the damage aside, you like the stomp damage too? I think
the damage
I
is
still
up.
think okay.
It's okay. Let's think about it, right? It's a strong burst damage.
Yep.
Now with increased healing, it kind of goes
Yeah,
you
it's
know,
healed.
as strong as triple axle,
Yeah.
and you also get a small little CC if you didn't realize.
Yep. I know.
So think about it, like instant burst damage. Your Venusaur walks in, he's at half HP after that, and he's like, "That was like 2 seconds. Why did we do that?" You know?
So the arena is going to open it or still going to Wigglytuff for opening the war? With that,
Oh, you know, that is a good point, because that's another thing we need to note is that Grassy Glide did get nerfed,
it get
but we
nerfed.
are seeing Grassy Glide here.
Oh, okay. Like there's no slow anymore, and the damage is reduced for that grassy glide.
Yeah, so we're gonna hope to see the best, and maybe something else.
Hey, you can notice that there's new battle items like slow smoke, man. Can you talk me about this slow smoke?
Slow smoke, I think we all know that it's a joke from the start when it was used.
Yeah,
But
man.
with the recent patch, no, it got buffed. And
Okay,
apparently
what
it's really good.
What happens, man, with this new patch?
You know, you used to be walking, you know, in a really muddy grass field.
Yeah.
Now you're walking through buildings. You're so slow. It's incredible how much of a difference that makes. And people consider using that right now. Also incredible, you know, to see how much that has affected it.
So still only your movement speed or your attack speed as well? I think I read it some later. Like attack speed is low as well with that slow smoke.
Yeah, so we're gonna try and do our best. But I don't remember, and I will pull it up later.
Okay.
So for now, let's just say that it just stops their movement, right? Which is, I think, one of the core things that people are like, you know, super hype about, because like it suddenly they're so slow. Like back then, you could still walk out of it. Now it was even worse. Like they can't do anything about it.
They can't do anything. Okay. But they still can use their item like eject button from the enemy side or full heal. Can they still negate the effect of the slow smoke?
I do believe so. However, are you really gonna waste a full heal on a slow smoke, or wouldn't you just turn around and take the fight at that point?
Yeah. It's really your decision, right? Use it for the battle item as well, or using it for when your opponent using a skill.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
is a slow smoke more important to full heal over, say, God of War's Moonblast?
Yes.
Or maybe Dragon Knight's Unite, for example. Blastoise Unite. So
Yeah, I
I'm
think
interested
still
to see
going
how
for
this
the CC rather than the battle items.
plays.
Like
But
from the Greedon Coffet, like it mini stun you, right? When he
exactly.
comes over you. Okay,
Yeah,
we can see that it's already surrendered from Team Rocket, right?
thank goodness, because I'm interested to see the games, and
Yeah,
we're
man.
running a bit long here. You know, we've tangled like the little piece of like, you know, like juicy games with you long enough. I don't want
Yeah,
to hold you back. So let's see if we can get into the games ASAP, because
I I want
I'm
the game.
excited. Yeah, I want the games too, dude.
I
You
want
know
the
it
game.
very well.
I want to see what's happened.
Yeah. So
What's it gonna
we already
do?
know their composition, right? So on the side we have mirroring Eldegoss, mirroring Serena,
Yeah,
mirroring Venusaur as well, if not wrong.
Pikachu, man. Don't forget
Mirroring
our
Pikachu. So
the
for the most part,
mascot.
they only have 4 different Pokemon, right?
Yeah.
And we did see also on Team Overdrive, Bulbasaur was the jungle, whereas Dragonite was on the jungle for Team Rocket.
Okay. I don't notice that Bulbasaur.
Yeah. So I'm thinking something like it is going to be a Paddle Dragon built on the side of Team Overdrive. Very normally, if you're gonna go jungle, I don't see why Solar Beam might be a go-to, because you
Yeah,
know
no, you can use Solar Beam when you are jungling.
it's gonna be
'Cause
hard for sure.
they need the mobility from jungler, right? They don't need that much damage.
Yeah, you want the mobility to gank your lanes better, right? You want to move around the map faster, you know. So that might be the correct play. But I wouldn't rule out the fact that, you know, Team Rocket's own Venusaur will be doing that. So I have actually the thing up here, and I'm seeing the only change from both teams is the fact that they are on a Wigglytuff and a
Oh,
Pikachu versus the Dragonite and the Greedent.
oh,
And we
nice.
already know Team Rocket is going for an invade strategy at this point, so not too much to say. And even much more worse on them, because, you know, once you have the invade strat like surprise out of the way, like you can play around it, right? So a bit of a disadvantage coming in because they've
From
already lost the first round due
yep.
to some technical difficulties, but should be fine.
And I hope the game 2 is going to be really normal, man. We need the game
You know
so
what?
fast.
Let's put it this way. All the technical difficulties are now. All of our casters later, they're gonna enjoy it smooth. They're gonna enjoy it smooth. Tell
Of
me about
course.
it.
They need about it. Especially when the playoff coming, man.
Yeah.
This is still round robin, right? This
Yeah,
is still
this round robin, and then we're gonna go into the final stages on day 2, which is tomorrow. Once again, we'll have a nice line of casters for you. You know, if for Singapore side, I'm pretty sure you know a few faces. We won't have some of them here today, but we got new faces and as well as returning ones tomorrow.
Yeah.
And of course, Savvy, was this your first few times casting? I would say Unite for Unite.
For Unite's SA, yeah, my first time.
Yeah, so we're all new in this, and we're all gonna see all of this together. One big community, and maybe who knows? C community invitational might not be C community. Maybe we'll add in more regions at some point. So
Hey,
I'm interested to see that.
this is the first step towards the WCS back in August later on. You know,
This is
you know
the
that team.
Southeast Asian WCS.
Yeah, yes, yeah.
Yeah, this is our own thing. You guys can't take it away from us. All the Annies and EUs, you guys can go worlds.
This is the first step towards London, man. You guys know the London one is coming.
Yeah, we've been waiting for the London one for about a year already, so I'm excited to see for a lot of the players.
Yeah, of course, it's really good news so that people can really focus on playing Unite, not only for the fun, but also becoming an esport, right?
Exactly. And we already saw the esports mode just a little bit. And I
Yeah,
do believe that that's
we got the
stellar.
pause button. We can pause the game now from
Pause
the
the
app.
game as well, yes.
So if you got any kind of issues like your connection or something, you can pause the game.
Yeah, and that's really nice because at the very least now, there's some level of, we can coordinate, do better camera work as well in the game. We're able to showcase more stuff. So I'm excited to see a lot more tournaments run this. Especially we got a few tournaments overseas as well that are running concurrently. And more
Only one
Southeast
more
Asia
day.
stuff.
One more, man. The
One more?
draft and pick, I think.
Draft and pick is the only thing we don't see yet. You are
Yeah.
absolutely right. So maybe
From
we will see that.
the game, we still use it here, but it's manual, man. But I hope the game is going to implement it themselves.
With more Pokemon coming out, we definitely will hope to see how this plays out. And I do believe we are going into our games very soon once again. They're already more or less ready, and they're just going to be proceeding to game 2 as we were saying because they got DQ'd, right? Sorry, they didn't get DQ'd, they got a round loss. So, of course, going into the match, it looks like Overdrive is leading 1 point. But again, best of 3. Don't be too frustrated about it. Team Rocket blasting out again, but they're always persistent, always coming back to go for that Pikachu, and we're gonna hope to see them come back.
Oh yes, there's a Pikachu too. They're going to get that Pikachu so many times.
Maybe today is the day. Maybe today is the day for Team Rocket. Who knows?
You can say no to Team Rockets, man.
Yep. So what else do you have in mind coming into this? I mean, like, what is the play they can make here? If they want to counter a teamfight composition, if they want to counter an objective composition.
What about is this new patch still going for the score shield build? You still going to see that as much?
I think score shield will never not be a good item. And and that's kind of the thing, right? Like, it's an item that's really strong, but I think it's gonna be much more situational now.
Okay.
You don't always have to use it, but it's always good to have. Like, it's never wrong to have, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, it's objective item, right? You can use that especially for securing your objective of the game. I mean, of the game.
Like scoring points.
Which is scoring, not for killing.
Exactly.
You can check the levels, you can check everything, but if you're low on score, you're losing this game.
Exactly. So if you look at the Lucario top lane meta that was evolving lately into a no Lucario top lane,
yep,
you can actually see that some Lucarios have opted to put attack weight, muscle band, and razor claw for their E-speed builds. Which, I mean, when you think about it, if your opponent isn't there, you can score anyways, so you don't need the score shield. And that little bit of damage does help you secure your KOs faster. So score shield a little bit messy here and there now, but on other characters like Dragonite as well, with the nerf to the Unite move, maybe we won't see it.
Amazing Unite from downtown. You can do it from your bed. Yeah, it's just flying.
Going from my kitchen to my room has never been easier.
But I think they nerf it, no?
Yeah,
the range
50%.
Okay,
it starts at 50% instead of 25%.
Okay.
And the thing is, back then at 25%, you could get your score in and get yourself killed, and you'll get your Unite back almost immediately.
Yeah, especially if you bring like almost only 30 points, you get back your Unite as fast as you can.
Yeah, so any score will give you about the same amount of charge, and that's going to be an issue when you die as well. So that's about, maybe you get 20% back. So you use 25, you only spend what? 5% because you got a score, you got a K.
Again.
So you can spam it. It was insane to say the least, sadly. And I do hear a thing they're going in once again. Let's go one more time. Hopefully for good. Finally, Team Overdrive versus Team Rocket. And
still the same lineup, man. But the Team Rocket, you can see a new one.
yeah, so this time we don't see the slow smoke, but Eldegoss with the slow smoke, Wigglytuff with the slow smoke, Serena with the slow smoke.
No more Greedent. They don't use Greedent now.
Yeah, they've turned out their lineup to just more or less mirror them.
Since Overdrive already saw that movement from Greedent from the last game, man.
Yeah.
It's
And,
really a disadvantage.
Yeah, just so you're clear here, viewers at home, Team Overdrive is now on the right side of your screen and Team Rocket is on the left. So, ensure that you're clear on that as we get into this game. Let's see how this plays out. Of course, now, more likely and more inclined to be a 1-1-3 fight. Top lanes will be the Serenas. Your jungle is going to be the Venusaur versus the Dragonite. And the rest is history. We're going to see how this plays out.
Yep. You can still see now. Pikachu. I'm excited about Pikachu, man. Can he really survive this game?
Right. Now, because grueling 3 minutes at the start before
Because tell me that Venusaur is going to build that solar beam, right? So he can shoot Pikachu from far away, man.
Maybe that is the play.
Yeah.
But, you know, you gotta see how this plays out in the first 3 minutes, whether they get their level 7 fast enough. If you don't get it fast enough, maybe you want to go for Pedal Drain, because, you know, you got a bit more tank to you can fight back.
And you get mobility more. Okay, we got another pause.
And of course, you know, we're gonna be waiting 30 seconds to just check all the items and whatnot again.
Yes, you can see that from Team Overdrive, they're still using Body Barrier from like 4 members of their Pokemon.
Always a good item. Can't deny that. And again, we did see a lot of random slow smokes. I didn't see they cleared it out.
Yeah, from Team Rocket.
Interesting. Right. So I did say I was gonna pull out slow smoke very quickly for you. And you know, as I'm doing that, you know, we're gonna be looking through that.
Yeah, tell us about it. Okay, here it comes, man, the game. It's already started now.
And again, 1-1-3, right?
1-3, yeah.
We don't see any invade, unfortunately. That strategy is long gone. So this is gonna be
it. No more mind games, man.
It's it's just the best players are the best. And they already got the Audino really quickly there.
Audino at the bottom lane, yeah.
Yeah, so why don't you run us through this?
First block, going for the Wigglytuff at the bottom lane. Okay, seems that they're going to be back now, Pikachu.
Right.
The Bulbasaur, trying to get that Audino, but the first goal at the top lane. Okay, we can see that Serena at the top lane is really good with each other. Okay, it's still going to be far. It's still early game, man. They're going to take their level.
Yeah, they are going to indeed, but it looks like one is a little bit ahead. But Team Overdrive coming in for the gank here, and looks like, you know, luckily they've backed out just in time for their, you know, to regroup for 10 seconds, grab one more crab here to get level 5, and maybe go for the bees here. So top lane is
going to be the first war, for this beer. They're either each other. Okay, sing with the Wigglytuff. They're going to get together. Wigglytuff already low. Slow Smoke is open. But the other goes already get literally low. One touch. Last one touch from the Wigglytuff. But the first block coming from the Venusaur to the Wigglytuff from Ruff. They really need to go back. Melon and the Elder goes from Torfin. They really got each other really good from the Team Rocket, man. You see this thing? Another one from the Wigglytuff to the Elder goes already low. There comes the boosted attack from Venusaur and got the kill from the Wigglytuff once again. Melon, you really need to go back with that. Okay, another one open from the Venusaur. Seems like it's only Melon, the last survivor.
Definitely looks like a support diff angle here, but with that being said, top lane is definitely doing their best here to hold them off. And nicely done. They did get their scores in. They are doing very fantastic.
Stomp build.
Yeah, we do see the Stomp build.
Yeah.
Maybe Stomp really is a lot better right now.
Overdrive winning the top lane. Meanwhile, the Team Rocket wins at the bottom lane. It seems like there's going to be war here at the jungler. Okay. Dragon Dance open from the Dragonite. But that thing, once again, from the Wigglytuff, low from 2 heroes. Elegos and Wigglytuff are going to be killed by Wigglytuff and Elegos from Team Rocket. Pikachu really need to go back. Take that berry, man. But you really can't defend this all by yourself. Team Rocket rotation from the Venusaur coming. Okay. Only 6 points more, but that is going to be the last point taken. Oh, Venusaur giving so much damage with that Petal Dance and Giga Drain. Okay, once more, the same from the Wigglytuff, getting killed 4 heroes down from Team Rocket at the bottom lane. Double kill from Pikachu, and Serena got killed at the top lane. Okay.
And this definitely means Overdrive is postured a lot better for Dreadnought right here. And once again, we were talking about this team fight over objective composition. But you know what? Overdrive is the one that's leading here, and they have the Pikachu. So they were always meant to go for better team fights here, but they're the ones leading ahead. Very interesting here, as they're going to get this right now. Unfortunately, Eldegoss not getting the kill.
Dreadnought is... Seems like the Eldegoss trying to steal that with that Leaf Tornado, but seems like that Overdrive managed to get it. Oh, already not start the Rotom here from the Serena at K.
And it already looks like they are going to start with the cross-map play here. They're all trying to rotate upwards. Rotom is already starting by Stunky, and
they can still challenge. Yeah, they can still challenge. They got Team Overdrive. Okay, are they going? No,
yep,
seems like Team Overdrive need to let it go. Oh, so another stomp from the Serena here from Team Overdrive too. From Azer.
Of course, from Azer, no less. And right now, you know, it's just going to be random skirmishes here and there. I don't think you want to take any fights if we look at the levels. On the side of Team Rocket, they're all level 7s, mostly. So you just want to farm out and get levels.
To bottom lane. There are 4 heroes to bottom lane here from Team Rockets. Are they going to push this? Only Pikachu and Wigglytuff. They got Eldegoss too. Okay, 3-4-3 here at the bottom lane. Okay, here comes the Beast, but seems like the Team Overdrive is going to stay at the base. Okay, here comes the same from the Wigglytuff. Another dazzling grab. Left or right from the Eldegoss. Already low from the Wigglytuff from the Team Rocket, but the team still managed to get back to the base. Okay, we can see the Dragonite using... Oh, Unite move from the Serena. Goes to the Serena from the Azer. Another Unite move from the Serena Azer here, but seems like the Stomp and Crisis Light from the Serena of Team Rocket managed to kill that Azer at the top lane. Okay. You can tell us about the point, man.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you more about the point as they are posturing for this. And of course, I think the best play they can make here is not to start. Overdrive is in the lead. They can bait it out. They can wait for it.
They're ready to go back, but Venusaur with the Petal Dance trying to catch up with the Wigglytuff.
And right here, let's see how this plays out, because looks like Rocket is in a more commanding position here. They are going for the bloodbath.
From Eldegoss, using really so much damage from the Venusaur, but the same like Wigglytuff from the team. Overdrive managed to kill Serena. Double kill from the Wigglytuff to the Wigglytuff from the Team Rockets. Triple kill, managed to kill Eldegoss as well. And Venusaur is going to be the last 5th team. Seems like Team Wipe is get it from Team Overdrive to Team Rocket. What a game.
And nicely done. We were talking about Team Rocket being in a commanding position, right? Aren't we, Stavey? And of course, in the end, it came down to Overdrive being the one taking over here. But let's look at this right here.
From Venusaur here to the Serena and Eldegoss. Oh, another boosted attack. They're already... Okay. Seems like they managed to get back here. But the second objective of Rotom, another Petal Dance. And from the Serena, that Storm is really good. It seems like they're really low, but they're ready to go back. It's only one last member from Dragonite at the top lane. They're really to let this go. Like Team Overdrive managed to get that 50 point from Venusaur on low. Okay, Wigglytuff, another one last touch. Oh, but seems like they managed to get back here.
Guys, come on. You guys have one of the best supports in the game. And you guys basically mirrored the team. I don't understand how this is going on. Team Rocket, you're not going to be blasting off very far off if you're going to be like this. You guys got to make a comeback here. I've always said this in every stream and every Unite tournament. If you're taking Dreadnought, what are you training EXP with? And right now, you have to be farming up to get a better advantage here. You're in the back foot. You have about a minute left to come in. How are they going to play this out is anyone's guess, but farming is definitely one of the better solutions right now.
Now, like, they're really losing from the left or from the Dreadnought. But that Dreadnought is taken by Overdrive, right?
Yes, both have been taken by Overdrive, and not just by Overdrive per se, but also they've fought both team fights and gone out the champions of them.
Oh, recall from MYP! You can't do that, man. You can't do that. Disrespect.
5 all the way at the bottom. Rocket is
yeah, Team Rocket. Here comes the Venusaur with the Petal Dance and Giga Drain, but seems like that MYP managed to run away with the Wigglytuff from the Team Rocket with the Snake. Managed to get that with the Petal Dance and Unit Move from the Pikachu, trying to defense this last top bottom tower, but then okay, Team Rocket, they're ready to go back. Another one from the Serena with the Crashes Light and Storm. But this is the first casualty. Okay, Venusaur is really had enough. Open the unit with and managed to kill two Pokemon from the team Overdrive double kill from Serena here. Okay, Team Pride and Team Rocket really to go back. They're already low. This is really bad for them. Triple kill. Managed to get from Team Overdrive to Team Rocket.
And it's looking very good. It is
Oh
looking
my
very good.
god. Once again, Team Overdrive we win the war.
Because Overdrive did get basically a 1-for-1 trade with them. It looks like Rocket was able to catch up to some extent, and now they are going to be into the Zapdos pit.
You are alone here, staying open, and leave Tornado from Eldegos. MYP really need to get back. Here comes the slap from the Wigglytuff. Okay, classified from the Serena.
Alright, here we go. So now they're of course in the lead here. They don't have to start here. If they come in with a good thing, maybe they can do this.
Okay, seems like that. The first victim is Wigglytuff. Unite from Pikachu once again, giving so much damage and managed to kill the Serena from Team Rockets. Venusaur with the talented Giga Ray, and seems like that. Only Dragon double kill for Venusaur. Unite is open and seems like triple kill. Team Overdrive.
And right here is not just a triple kill, but an entire team wipe into the Zapdos moving in.
Yeah.
Now, what can I say other than a commanding, astounding effort as well, right? Like, their teamwork was amazing every single time Overdrive came in.
From Izar, seems like Izar is going to be killed. They didn't get that 100 points from Izar. But still, 400 points difference from Team Rocket and Team Overdrive. How do they come back from this? Nyterra.
I don't think there's any comeback at this point, right? Even if they group together, they have to go down. It's going to be very hard for them to do with 40 seconds and no Unite. And of course, as we say that, they freaking called it quits here. I'm so sorry, Team Rocket, unfortunately, is going to go home with a 0-2 for their first round, but you're not out of the game yet.
Nyterra, come on, how can it be like this? They win the early game from Team Rocket, right?
I mean, let's put it this way, right?
Yep.
They've stuck up to Team Rocket's motto, right? Their motto is blasting off again, and unfortunately, it looks like they're blasting off the wrong direction. So, yeah.
At some point, that Team Rockets managed to get the points back, right? They lead the point.
Yeah, they did.
They lose the level, man. The level is still important here, seems like.
Yeah, and so as we look at the point difference here, I don't really think there's much they can do in terms of levels. They lost their only other objective, and it makes it such that, how can you possibly play without the only other win con? And so you look at the team's stats here, it didn't even look like Team Overdrive did really that much, even though they are definitely a lot more dominant in terms of the stats as compared to, Team Rocket.
They
just picked the right fights, and most of the time when they picked the right fights, they just got pretty decent damage because they were doing the right things at the right time. Whereas Team Rocket went in and just lost everything.
Yes, doing the initiation, right, from the war. Like the Wigglytuff from Bitsy opened the war, but the Team Overdrive just managed to get their feet on the back and managed to get Team Wipe to Team Rocket once, like two war, I think.
Yeah, and of course, I don't think that there's anything else they could do here.
Yeah.
So of course, we're gonna come back here and once again,
for serious, man.
Team Overdrive, right?
Team Overdrive,
they've done their best here in what they can do, and of course, I can't tell you any more about this than my co-caster can. And we're gonna hopefully look a bit more into the next few games and how Team Rocket can improve their chances of being in the finals.
Of course they can. They're really good at early game, and they show us that they can do fight too. But seems like the Team Overdrive managed to get back, man. They see that the flow from the Team Rockets, and going to punish them every time they open the war.
So maybe team composition might not be the right play here. More so is more of like the coordination. Because one thing I did note is that Team Rocket, your Wigglytuff went in so many times, and here's the problem: if your Wigglytuff goes in, either the Wigglytuff is the issue because he's going in too much, or the team isn't following up.
Yeah,
right?
I think that's the point.
So maybe maybe I'm just saying I'm not the player here. I'm the caster. I'm just saying down here.
We don't really see what happened at the game. We don't know what their communication seems like.
Yeah, so that is going to be how they're gonna try and line out and play out. Of course, unfortunately, they did also lose one free win for having the wrong items in the item check.
Yep.
And that means Team Rocket was already at a disadvantage when they lost their invade strategy. But not to worry, we might see more games coming up from them later on. So I don't believe that. Do you have anything to say about this match first?
Yeah, I think it's still going to see what other teams capable of, right? Like this is the first time they met, so they still poking each other what their strategy is, what their main Pokemon is. So maybe like the next time they meet, they know what Pokemon to ban from each other team.
Right, right. So for the time being, GG's again. I can't understate this enough. Overdrive, you've done an amazing job. I've seen you guys play for a long time. Team Rocket, fret not. You know, you still got chances. And for that, with that being said, I think we're trying to throw us into a break here as we
Yep.
let the next few teams prepare here. I do believe, Stavey, you are going to be staying, right?
Yep, I'm going to stay for the game too as well.
So yeah, so we will see you as well as I believe one of our other casters. I do believe you know him. If you know, if you've seen me, I think I've casted him before, fairly recently. So first of all, he's a good caster. Stavey's gonna be with him, and
Okay.
we're gonna see you in a bit. So we're gonna take
Okay.
it to a break. Thank you so much for watching. Let's go for a break real quick.
Hello and welcome back to the Southeast Asian Community Invitational. You're here with me, Permasneeze, and I am joined again by
What?
Stayv, who is staying right here ever since the first game. How are you feeling, my friend?
I'm good, man. I've already seen one game, and it's really exciting for me.
Yeah,
I
so for those of you who are just tuning into the stream, sorry to cut you off there, Stevie, but basically, you guys should know what's up. It's every Southeast Asian Pokemon Unite community coming together to bring you the best that each region has to offer, right? We've assembled two of the most amazing teams from our regions, or at least the ones that we could get our hands on. I'm sure everyone's busy and stuff like that, but we've got them all together in one spot, and now we have a bit of a matchup that is a bit more familiar to my region than it is yours, right? I believe you're not so familiar with these teams we have coming up.
Yep. Can you tell me all about these two teams, man? Like Team Havoc versus Team Greedy
Greedy
Ghost.
Ghost. Yeah, so for me personally, I have and this is interesting, right? Because this event brings together so many different communities. This is the first time I'm getting a chance to talk to you, and probably for these Indonesian teams that you're very
Yeah.
familiar with, you probably know them by the back of your hand, right? But for me, it's like I've never heard of these players, so it's a nice little mishmash. But for now, it's a bit more skewed onto my end. Havoc and Greedy Ghost from Singapore and Malaysia respectively, so a bit more closer to my home than it is to yours. So let me just give you a lowdown on the teams real quick.
Okay.
Havoc is a team that has been dominating local competition. Okay, so they are comprised of some of the most notable members from Quirky Gamers. We got Jespi from MSG. These are obviously the clan tags, and I think most notable of all is probably going to be Kamiru. He's kind of been a very stable jungler slash top laner for a long period of time. Very notable on his Lucario and more recently Dragon Knight. But he's always been on top teams, but hasn't been able to find success. So we're gonna have to see whether he can find that success in this invitational. As for Greedy Ghosts, I'm not super familiar with the exact members on their team, but I do know they are a Malaysian team and they definitely look formidable.
Yeah. I think I already heard about Havoc too. I met them a few times at the Ranked, right? Like their TTV Kamiru.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
really
yeah. TV
I
coming.
met him a few times and got dominated by him, man.
Oh man, yeah, that guy is no joke, and the most painful part, right, is that this guy he hasn't been able to take the trophy for anything yet. He because
Okay.
from each competition that he's a part of, he joins one team, he joins the other, and then I think we actually okay, so we actually without further ado, we're already into the game. We're not gonna have a delay this time round, so strap onto your boots. We're gonna get straight into the action as we see the pig face man.
Whoa.
Stay cool. You have casted quite a lot of tournaments, right? And we recently had this tournament mode. Doesn't it look so beautiful?
It's amazing, man. I already told Nyterra before, like this is esports ready for me.
Yeah,
Like,
it's so exciting, right? Because they're like kind of like gearing up towards a more and more official mode. We can even see what items they're picking, which is crazy.
Yep, the item, and we see this lineup now. Okay, Gardevoir, man. I'm really excited for this.
Wait, is there a Machamp? No
A
way. It's 5 seconds
No,
left. If they lock this in, I'm gonna
no.
be so excited.
No way.
Oh, let's go. Okay, we're gonna
really
get our
Machamp.
favorite. Yeah, it's gonna be our favorite four-handed boy.
For Machamp, man.
Yeah,
my-
that's
Oh
yo,
my
they're
God.
bringing something spicy here, and we're definitely gonna get a good show. This is the first game of Greedy Ghosts versus Team Havoc. This is Singapore versus Malaysia, an age-old rivalry. And now we're actually into round number 2 of the Southeast Asian Invitational.
Yeah,
So it's a
round
bit
number-
unfortunate if you missed the first game. But is there anything that sticks out to you in this present moment for the lineups? Because I am so excited for the Greedy Ghost lineup.
Hey, I think that Team Havoc is still going for the team fight more, since like they got Lucario here, they got Dragonite, so much damage, right? While Team Havoc, Team Greedy Ghost, I mean, they are going to take the objective from that Machamp too.
Yeah.
Like, okay, it's Machamp, man. I don't know what's going
Okay,
to happen.
so one thing that kind of sticks out to me about Greedy Ghost lineup, right, is prior to this patch, we actually saw a very interesting composition being run with Greedent, with Talonflame, stuff like that. It was the scoring comp, right, where you run all over the map on all 5 players, farm as much as you can, and then just get those goals in. I feel like this might be the new version of the scoring comp that we're looking at. As
Especially
we
with
get
his new Machamp, man. Okay, you can see that he's using his uniform, man. He's really ready with that character.
yeah, he's ready to deliver those chops, alright.
They're using 2-1-2 for this composition, right? But while
I mean-
Team using 1-1-3.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like 2-1-2, but it kind of, I mean, the Greedent already running early on into the jungle to try and like spot the other jungler on the side of Greedy Ghost. Of course, we are into game number 1 of Greedy Ghost versus Havoc. Very interesting lineups. Havoc spotting quite a regular lineup, like nothing really new from the previous patch.
You can see that they're still stick to their last strategy, and it seems like this Greedon is becoming a nuisance to Kamiru.
Yeah.
Kamiru is not going to have a really good game with this Greedon in his ass.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing about Greedon, right? You always want to send this, even as a Squirvert, you can just be counter jungling so early on. A lot of these junglers who they do send into the jungle, like for instance this Curlia, as we see some action break out in the top lane, there's actually 3 people converging onto KST. It appears he's gonna be the first one to drop, and I mean the 2-1-2 definitely showing its advantage for now. The rest of the side of Havoc, they're trying to make their way on top, but somehow, suddenly out of nowhere, 4 members of Greedy Ghost are just sitting in the top side. What can you do about that?
Yeah, I mean, like, this is rotation that going to secure Rotom for sure, like from Team Greedy Ghost. Like, 4 members of their Pokemon going to the top lane, meanwhile that Greedon you can see from the minimap, once again going to the jungler.
I think it's kind of interesting because recognizing that Yang and here they can't really touch to Magja at the side. Sure, they can try and threaten the goal, sure, farm it up, but this really tough is not really die here unless you more people. They're okay with their reasons this way. As of right now though, Havoc are pick off Squirvert. This might be a little scary. Squirvert running around so much hasn't been able to find the Greedon form.
Okay, it seems like Team Havoc right now is going to focus at the bottom lane, and it seems like Team Ghost going to the top lane here with that Machamp and Talonflame, and seems like Team Havoc only with that Lucario running with that power-up punch. And here comes that Gardevoir going with the Mach Punch. The rotation from Team Havoc, already 3 members at the top lane, leaving only Venusaur and Wigglytuff at the bottom lane. Meanwhile, Team Greedy Ghost already 4 members once again at the top lane. We can see that Greedon already rotation to the top lane.
Okay, the fight though, as Dubu get knocked down really low by the overwhelming area damage. But now it's NT who's gonna fall, but actually turns around and slaps them down. Greedy Ghost that Machop ends up being the first casualty fight. Now Jab, be careful as KST launches himself forward. The level 6 advantage is there. Talonflame, you can't stand up against this Lucario, baby. You're gonna fall. Brought 4 members here just to off in a bit of what's the team has. No way. Boss is gonna fall too. Okay, manage up KST finally, and Camille huge for the side of this Dragonite. Yeah, Maito, he's trying to take out NT here, one last hit, and he grabs it just in time for the Dragonite, just in time for the Rotom. And while it looked like absolute chaos caused by Havoc at the start of that, Greedy Ghost managed to pull it back with their numbers advantage.
Yep, Team Greedy Ghost is really doing good with their number, right? Like, they got 4 members at the top lane, and they managed to get, even though they got pressure at the early game, but they managed to get back with their feet once again with that Machamp and Dragonite. You can see that already evolved and got the Unite move. Meanwhile, that Wigglytuff is only alone at the bottom lane.
Yeah, and I do want to point out though that even though it seems like Greedy Ghost has the advantage on the top side, you still have the concern of Yang on that Venusaur in the bot lane farming away. Like, once you hit that level 10 on that Venusaur, it's just so much easier to run around and do so much damage. As we're seeing right now, Dubu gonna fall asleep and fall down from the sky. Can't get out of that situation. Now this Venusaur with the pedal down is gonna do so much damage. There's 2 down already. And now Magja caught on the wrong side of the fight, away from his team. And he's gonna be picked off. That's basically 3 wiped on the bot side. And we talked about, you know, Greedy Ghost bringing so many to the top lane, but now they perhaps have neglected this Venusaur a bit. Here comes the barrage from the Machamp. Can he do much though? No, he has the eject button out as they claim the goal zone. They're surging forward though, they're falling a little low. They need to be careful over here on this Wiggly. Airy falling a little low, but here comes the shields from Blissey. It's enough, and poor little Wigglytuff can't get her counterpart. It ends up being a huge advantage for the side of Havoc.
Yeah, like, seems like the Team Greedy Ghost only coming one by one, and seems like Team Havoc already with 4 members constant at the bottom lane. So they get to punish the Team Greedy Ghost with only 1 by 1 hero coming.
Yeah, I mean, now it seems like it's the side of Havoc who are leaving a bit too far many behind, as we see the Aura Cannon actually finish off that Wigglytuff again. KST's just on an absolute rampage right now, and Dubu, this poor little bird, has not had the time of day. Manages to fly back to a goal zone though. and it's gonna be A-okay for now. But KST definitely the real winner of all of this, and Yang as well. Take a look at their levels, level 11 and level 12, showing that, you know, maybe the optimal map split is played for a reason, right? You know, you play these lanes the way they are supposed to, or at least there's a reason why this strat has worked patch and patch again, right? It's just this Venusaur able to farm away, get that advantage, and we saw the Petal Dust just do so much damage that nobody on the side of Greedy Ghost can really contest, and oh, this Greeder needs to be a little careful here. Walking a bit too far forward. As we see off screen, the Dreadnought's gonna fall as the tussle breaks out in the top side. Havoc, they're here in full force, but here comes the Draco Descent on the side of Greedy Ghost. The Dragonite coming in, and they're trying to zone them away from this Rotom. Gonna pick up the Blissey on the backline. Airy trying to do what she can, but she's more than likely gonna fall. Gonna sleep them up for now, but the Belchers, the Swipes, they're there, and Rotom is claimed in response for the side of Greedy Ghost.
Okay, I think like Team Greedy Ghost really now to manage their number if they really group up. Like we can see that at the top lane, 3 members from Greedy Ghost managed to get Team Hafo the kill, and they can secure the Rotom themselves if they got the numbers. Like they can't go like one by one. They really need to group up. They really need to use their communication. Okay, back to you.
Yeah, I mean, now Yang, he's falling a little low here, but I mean, it's just gonna be a bit of a weird tussle as they somehow managed to push Airy all the way to the back. Takes them quite low though, and now they're gonna have to run, but I think overall it's still pretty even, although I would have to say that Havoc really are in the lead right now. If you just take a look at the levels, even in the goal, I mean the goals usually don't really matter when they're so, you know, closely tied, right? One Zapdos fight can turn things around, but I don't really see how Greedy Ghost can take a full-on team fight, because I feel like with the threat of the Fairy Singularity from the Gardevoir, it's gonna be so hard for them to all streamline in and try and pick off the backline.
Yep, seems like that Team Havoc really got it from the late game from that Gardevoir and Venusaur. So much damage they can do. Meanwhile, the Greedy Ghost with only Machamp and only that Talonflame, they can take objective, but for the team fight, they're really at the disadvantage for them. Like there's so much damage from Team Havoc. Like Team Greedy Ghost, supposedly they keep pressure at the early game.
Okay, they could find Frost here. This could be a huge kill, but once again, the Machamp just can't be stopped. Cross chops away. And both teams very tense now because they know 10 seconds to the objective that decides the fate of this game. The age-old rivalry, Malaysia versus Singapore. Who's going to come out on top? It looks like Havoc is the better positioning for now as we get into the final stretch. They're going to find this Greedon on the sidelines. They're trying to stop Frost, eject buttons away, but now it looks like they managed to get a few goals in the bot side on the side of Greedy Ghost, slightly evening it out. They've got to be tense here. They got to know this Zapdos, this Electric Bird is what they need to take. And the Talonflame, Greedy Ghost, actually Dubu gets it with the goal getter on the bot side. And now they've had no choice. They have to start this Zapdos. But here comes the side of Greedy Ghost. They want to contest, but that Greedon just evaporates on my screen. Where did he go? The entire side of Havoc now. They might be able to take this Electric Bird as another 100 dunk comes across. Fairy Singularity. Is it enough? It's actually stolen by Greedy Ghost. So now the advantage is all gone, but 3 down on the sidelines now. This Machamp has to defend. But now Greedon looking at 2 outer goal posts that he could potentially jump to. They're trying to split their resources on the side of Havoc now. It's 200 gold lead. It's still 200 gold lead, so it's not insurmountable. There's 100. It's just that much closer if Camilo can get this dunk. He's not being interrupted at the moment. Another 50 as well. And Havoc, despite having their Zapdos stolen, that just isn't a response. They managed to take down too many of Greedy Ghosts. It's so close though, 44. 50 points on this Blissey. She needs to get it deposited. It looks like the goal broke before Wigglytuff could actually get the points in, and Havoc still streaming 6 points behind. It's so close. Airy, okay. Airy.
Get him good off it.
Yeah, I mean, she's trying to be a little sneaky here, trying to get her way around, but the side Greedy Ghost, there's no way they let this happen, right? Wait, no. You have to know this is gonna happen. They're showing. No way, Airy. There's no way you get away with this. This is daylight robbery. There's no way this happens.
Oh my god.
Oh, she's gonna get the points in. And with 100 now putting Havoc in the lead, they're gonna have to stream forward and hope the body barriers help get them on top, because what else can they do? They have the points in their pocket. 16 seconds left, and here they come. Here comes Dubu. We're gonna get melted immediately. So is this Greedon. Where are the points? Where are the shields? There's 10 seconds left, but it's not there. Here comes the Draco impact, but there's no impact at all. 4 seconds left. No points to sneak off. Havoc, they're gonna take game number 1.
That Wigglytuff really hurt them, man. With that sneaky move, I think they really saw the movement from that Wigglytuff, but seems like from the point of Wigglytuff, from the team, Wigglytuff said that we can let him score, we can score back with 5 of us going to the score, but seems like Team Havoc managed to defend their last goal at the last minutes.
Dude, it looked so good. They stole the Zapdos. They got the kills, right? They only lost 3. They could regroup, go forward, but they lost track of that Wigglytuff Airy, the hero of that game with the 100 points to make the difference. And like we said, so much damage in a clump, right? The side of Greedy Ghost, they just couldn't break that formation.
Yeah, I think like the Greedy Ghost really need to manage the team fight more, because like they got the objective of Zapdos, but they got no member to score. Like 4 members of their team already dead, and that I think that matchup got no points when they get Zapdos, because like it's already 400 when they get the Zapdos, and there's no much point going in from their team side, so that team Hawk really can manage to score back, and it's already done when we get up the last score.
And the thing with Team Havoc is that, we questioned it a bit. We're like, okay, you're still bringing this old school, composition. Is it going to work? They sprinkle in a little bit of fairy singularity in there, and it comes together beautifully. I believe at the end of this game there, when we saw the screen, Yang on that Venusaur as well as the Gardevoir, both doing upwards of 89k damage each. Yeah, that was so much damage. They really just cleaned up the side of Greedy Ghost. And Greedy Ghost perhaps living up to their name a bit too much, right? Because they could play it safe and just guard their goals, but they all decided to run out. Man, that was a heartbreaker for sure. But what did you think of that game, number 1, Stay?
I mean, for the team fight, it's kind of back and forth, right? Like the team Havoc managed to kill Team Greedy Ghost at first, but somehow like they managed to kill them back at the bottom lane and at the top lane as well, and they get the level advantage back. But seems like Team Havoc really good the late game, secure with that Venusaur and Gardevoir. Meanwhile, with the Team Greedy Ghost, they really got no heroes for the late game, and I don't see the advantage for Team Greedy Ghost for the late game.
Yeah, I think the idea with these Pokemon that you pick up with the Talonflame, with the Machamp, right?
Yeah.
You kind of want these Pokemon to sort of ramp up in their own way. But when you're being picked off by this coordinated kind of formation by Havoc, then you can't really cause much havoc by yourself when you're so under-leveled. We saw the Talonflame and the Greedent so many times they would go in straight into the team fight, into the whole clump of Havoc and just disappear. Like where would they go, right? So I don't know if the side of Greedy Ghost is still gonna run this lineup. What do you think? Do you think they need to switch it up, or do you think it was just execution?
I think if they're still going to use this strategy, I think they need to change the Pokemon. Like they need to secure the late game from the point of view. Okay, they got the objective, but if you lose all your member, like there's no point of you get the objective of Zapdos or Rotom. You still need to farm more, and you get the level advantage for the Team Havoc. Since like Team Havoc really good to manage the level advantage, so you want to balance it out. So when the team fight comes, you can fight Team Havoc as well, not just become the victim of the war as well.
I think for me personally, I think that it's really interesting that they picked such a diving composition into such a heavy like AoE damage comp, right? Because if you want to do damage as Greedent, Machop or Machamp rather, or Talonflame, you need to jump straight into the Petal Dance, and that hurts so bad. So for me personally, the switch that I would like to see is maybe something a little less committal, so something that can kind of just do damage but doesn't have to fling himself in, as we see the draft stage. How many times have you said that before? It's so cool that we can see the picks now.
Yes, so amazing.
As we
But
see,
it's not like Team Havoc is doing the change here. We can see that already with the Mr. Mime. You can see that.
Yeah, a slight adjustment in terms of the support Pokemon that they're going to bring. I believe Airy, I think NT was on the Blissey previously, and Airy was on the Wiggly. They're doing a little swap though, as Airy seems a bit more comfortable on that Mime, so going to pick that up. But the rest of the offensive Pokemon looks like they're going to reprise their roles. But still a Machamp and a Talonflame. They've opted to swap away. Yeah, they picked Lucario and Dragonite instead of the Greedent and instead of the Greedent. What do you think about this?
I think that they really need to give much more pressure now. Like they already know that they're really good with the early game with that Machamp and Talonflame, and they got Lucario now for the solo top lane, so that both Machamp and Talonflame can give much more pressure to the jungler from the Team Havoc, which is Kamiru, with that Gardevoir, so that at the early game war, that Gardevoir got no damage to win this war for them.
I actually really like this Mr. Mime pick from the side of Team Havoc because I feel like when you're facing up so many potential aggressors, right? So many
Yeah.
assassins that can get
Yeah.
onto your Gardevoir and Venusaur, having that wall and having that confusion to just be like, get out of my face. Is
Yep.
so useful, right? The number one thing that Gardevoir hates is being jumped on. How do you stop people from jumping on Gardevoir? Put a
Yeah.
wall right in front of her. Nobody can touch her. She'll be safe. Camille can just do his thing and just cause an absolute riot. Do you like this lineup a bit more though? Do you like this adjustment from the side of Greedy Ghost, or do you still feel like we're gonna see game number 2 change?
I still think Team Havoc is going to win most of the war with that.
Okay.
You tell with that combo of wall and Gardevoir, since like it's going to give them so much damage.
Yeah,
And
and
you know, how that we got so much melee Pokemon from the Team Greedy Ghost, so they really can go into the backline from Team Havoc with this. Like they need
yeah,
to do something, man.
yeah, we're gonna have to see how it plays out. I think the big not that I would know any better, but to me, from a spectator's point of view, it just felt like they just let Yang have the freest game of his life, right? He was just sitting there in that bot lane, flourishing, thriving, undisturbed, farmed all the way up to that Venusaur without being ever like under any threat whatsoever. And I would like to see that change as we see typical shenanigans in the top side. They're gonna actually be running 2-1-2 yet again on both ends. So slight adjustment as Gel already. Oh, look at how much Camilo
yeah,
can't
it's not
fight.
wrong.
This is the strength of the early Talonflame, and you need to get these routes out of the jungle before she hits that curl. Yeah, that's
the
exactly.
pressure that we need. Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly what you need to do.
really need to give so much pressure for Kamiru, since like he's going to give so much damage at the late game. So at the early game, you really need to give him some punishment. Like you can't go to the late game, man. We're not going to let you get that late game for now. At
Yeah,
least.
I think it's a bit of a sort of. I think once again, Greedy Ghost, they're very comfortable with keeping their Wigglytuff Majao in this bot lane by himself because they're doing it yet again. They've opted to send the Talonflame into the top as a bit of a skirmish, managed to hit that Curlier on Kamiru and gets a pick off for his trouble in the top side. So very nice little rotation and gank there for him. Meanwhile, as we said again though, Yang is just farming away. So this Ivysaur's gonna hit Venusaur real early.
Like you said, it's so free for Young, man. He can
Yeah.
farm all day long, like no business from Team Greedy Ghost.
Oh, KST just dashes through all of them, fearless as he can be, but ends up falling for his hubris. NT most likely gonna get picked off as well. There isn't really an escape for you here, as he managed to get a slight advantage in the top side. Kamiru gonna have to be up here to defend, try and do what he can. As once again, like we say, I mean, this is starting to fall in the same recipe as game number 1, right? We're seeing Yang just get those dunks off, get the levels up. Already level 6, working his way towards that final evolution. As an answer back from KST in this top lane punishes the over-aggression from Greedy Ghost just a slight bit. But a relatively quieter early game because I think Greedy Ghosts, I think they're toning it down a bit. They're like, okay, maybe it was a bit too much to bring 4 people for 5 minutes in the top side. I mean, as I say that, there's 3 people staring right at them. KST though. Okay, here, wait, the Talonflame as well. Another 4 hero gank pushes them back. But wait, I don't. Yeah, I don't know about this one, Stay. What do you think about this? It doesn't look too good to me.
Like they really want to give so much pressure to the Lucario from Team Havoc. Like they think that the problem is Lucario, but I think it's really not, man.
Yeah, and I mean, even though they're giving pressure, yes, they're picking him off, but they're still getting return kills on Kamiru. Like, look at him, he's level 8 right now, and he's doing so much damage with that side shot. Here comes the side Dubu, though, Lucario himself, gonna try and pick off what he can of that Curlier's health bar. But once again, look at Yang!
Yeah,
Look at Yang, level 9! Already Venus, what
no
is this?
way!
This guy has the freest game. This guy is not even tapping. This guy is playing with his eyes closed right now. He doesn't even need to care. Can they steal the Rotom though? No, they can't. And thankfully, Greedy Ghosts take it here because I feel like, oh, a Fairy Singularity though. Into the CC. They managed to pick off both. And yeah, they don't get the Rotom, but they clean up 2 kills. That's a bit of an easy one for Kimiru. They kind of all just walked into the Singularity. And things are all looking havoc right now.
Yeah, it's really not good for Team Greedy Ghost, and I think they need to invade. Okay, you can see that Talonflame from Team Greedy Ghost already invade the jungle from Team Havoc because they're really low on level, so they need to take advantage from the creep now to take the level from Team Havoc.
Yeah, it feels kind of like 2 opposing ideologies, right? The side of Havoc, not really living up to their name, because you expect them to be the ones running around with all these assassin type Pokemon, but they're actually playing very close together, tight knit, and in their formation. Oh, okay. Wait. As I say that, Airy falling a bit too far back and leaving the Venusaur kind of alone and able to be picked off. But here comes KST. Two pickups for him as well. He's not done. In with the Bone Rushes. Can he do the damage? Aura Cannon out as well. Picks out 3. KST, they were right when they said the Lucario was the problem. He is absolutely a menace for them right now. Dubu, you can't stand up to me. Picks off a 4th. What is going on? Even though they brought 4 to ruin his day, he just kills 4 like it's no big deal, baby.
Okay, Team Havoc is already said like, okay, you bother my Lucario, we can get your Venusaur at the bottom lane, but seems like Lucario really is the main damage from Team Havoc here.
Yeah, I mean,
like,
Gel. Yeah, like you said, Gel trying to do a flame sweep to push them back, but it looks like it just tickles them a bit. Yes, sure, Maito gets score in the top lane, but okay, if they get a kill onto KST here, it could be huge. Airy trying to basically be the wall. Okay, so they do get the Lucario off screen. They managed to catch that one, but I believe you can't really run from a Machamp, right? You can't really run from a Machamp, so manages to chase him down. But like I said, Havoc still compounding this lead. Kamiru now getting this Rotom for himself in the top side.
Yep, and seems like already the rotation from Team Havoc to the bottom lane.
They're trying to get... Yeah, they're trying to get Dreadnought though, but here is a pesky Yang with the Verdant Anger. Almost steals it, but the binding barrier now in between 4. But it doesn't look like he's bothering him at all. Actually, the Petal Dance just keeping him healthy, keeping them dead though. Taking 1 down already now. This Mark Zhao trying to run away where she can, but gets picked off by Kamiru on his way to the action. And Yang takes down another, just firing on all cylinders all across the map right now.
It seems like Team Havoc managed to get that Rotom at the top lane and get to secure the second tower from the bottom lane here.
Yeah, they're starting to make it look a little easy here, as asleep is his Dragonite and down in the ground, taken out by KST again. How many times have we seen the blue side Lucario just on a KO streak in the score? Okay, on to Kamiru now, needs to be a bit careful, can't land that side shock, very Singularity misses as well. Zhao, out of trouble. Nice little moves there, side steps and gets out of that sticky situation. Could have been a huge load of trouble. And I mean, Fairy Singularity is not an easy Unite move to farm up, so it's gonna take a while before that's available again. Could play a huge part in the team fight.
Yeah, I want to mention that it's the Unite move from the Gardevoir is really going to take a long cooldown. So
yeah,
team fight for Zapdos, they're really going to take disadvantage against Team Greedy Ghost.
Of course, I mean, if you take a look at the advantage that we're speaking of, just take a look at the levels. They're so skewed towards the side of Havoc, as we see Mark Zhao now being slapped up by those vines as well. Frost is trying to do what he can to get the I guess it's Wigglytuff out of the situation, but Zhao in a bit of trouble as well. Not gonna be too concerned. Has a lot of mobility to work with, just swooping out of danger as we tick down towards the final 30 seconds. Starlight Reciter using top side to keep herself alive. NT Wigglytuff needs to use that. That could be a huge... Like we said, they're using... Yeah, like we said, they're using the Unite moves kind of liberally. Maybe they're feeling very confident, but it could spell their demise if they're not too careful. They are postured for this Dreadnought right now, so Havoc gonna be having a bit of a shield advantage in the early stages of this Zapdos. But Greedy Ghost, they have no pressure to kind of come and get this right now. They're trying to pick off whatever they can on the map as these last 6 seconds. I don't think they're actually gonna be able to finish it off. 2 seconds. Dreadnought, can you pick it up? Yeah, it just despawns. They actually don't manage to get it. And meanwhile, Greedy Ghost in the top side again, but the side of Havoc, they've gone straight for the
No way, this is going to be free. No way.
No, yeah, okay, so Talonflame is looking at the Zapdos right now, and it like you said, the Unite moves are not that time. You don't need your Unite moves if there's no team fight. Yeah, if Greedy Ghost just walk away from the Zapdos, now it's just gonna be a dunking competition, but the side of Greedy Ghost, their goals are opened up, and they don't really have a lot to work with right now. 700 points and Greedy Ghost, perhaps living up to their name a bit too much for their own good. I feel like time and time again, even though they're behind, they underestimate how fast Havoc can take these objectives. And yes, maybe you get a kill onto Kamiru here, yeah, with the Machamp Unite move, but Z Frost, now he's in a bit of trouble. And meanwhile, the side of Havoc, they're just right all over the middle of your goalpost. You have to defend what you can, but the dunks are already in 815. And even though we have 1 minute left for Stay, I'm starting to feel like this might be a bit of an impossible comeback.
I think it's that well, man. I mean that Greedy Ghost. How can they let Team Havoc take that Zapdos for free? It's them for take. Like there's no Unite move from the Gardevoir, from Wigglytuff. It's your opening to war at the Zapdos, man. You really need to open the Zapdos the 2 minutes straight. But it's like no, man. We gotta score, man. Forget the Zapdos. We gotta score ourselves, and it's the opening for the Team Havoc to take the Zapdos for themselves. And it's really, really fast, man. The damage from the Venusaur, from the Gardevoir, it's really too much for Zapdos to handle.
Yeah, I mean, as the points go up now to 867, just absolute domination from the side of Havoc. We saw a few questionable Unite moves used that could have led to a huge opening for the side of Greedy Ghost, but they don't manage to turn it into anything substantial. As now the Unite moves are back and in full force. Even with your goal-getters, you can't even touch the goal, baby! Greedy Ghost! They slapped you straight out of their middle goal, and that is the conclusion. Havoc are gonna take this 2-0. And they make it look pretty easy. They make it look like they don't
It's
even
about
make it look like anything different from last patch.
no way. Team Havoc, they're really punishable when they use Unite move at the Gardevoir and Wigglytuff, man. Like Team Greedy Ghost really see that for opening for Zapdos, but they don't use that chance, man. They let it go for Team Havoc to take it for themselves. Like what? What is the plan there? What?
Yeah,
Oh
and
man,
I mean,
speechless, man. I'm speechless.
cool. Yeah, cool is like pulling his hair out right now. This
Oh,
man is
do
losing it
that,
completely
man.
because he just does not understand. And I'm sure
Yeah,
I don't think not gonna lie, I feel like the
I mean,
side
you
of
as well,
Havoc.
right? You know you're losing. You need to take the Zapdos ASAP, man. If you're losing
Yeah,
like that.
that's literally the so many times when you know you're behind. That is really your only. I don't know.
Comeback
Yeah, that
mechanism.
is the only comeback mechanism in the fight, and we've heard it time and time again. Zapdos really is the game decider, but they just kind of like it's almost like they
No,
just forgot
I
it
don't care
existed.
about Zapdos, man.
Yeah, they
What you talking
literally,
about?
they literally
No
just
way
kind of,
Zapdos is important here.
yeah, they just kind of left it
Like,
to its own
oh
devices,
man,
and the bird
Team
like
Greedy
just
Ghost.
disappeared. And I just want to say, I feel like I still don't really understand the idea from Greedy Ghost here. I don't know what their lineup is supposed to be trying to do. I kind of get that they're trying to fire on all sides, right? Have these strong Pokemon 1v1ing. But like we said, the side of Havoc living the opposite of their name, just not being chaotic, not running around. They keep that tight formation and they know exactly what they need to do. They just get in, get the objective that they want done, get the fights that they want done, and then from there, it's all good.
Oh man, it's kind of really gambling for Team Havoc too. They're like opening Zapdos right away. It's
Yeah.
really dangerous for me. I think it's really dangerous since like they got no Unite move from Gardevoir and Wigglytuff. So if Team Greedy goes taking the chance to war there, they can really lose the fight and lose
Yeah,
the game as well.
I think it's like a mix, right? Because as much as we're saying Greedy Ghost, why don't you go check for that Zapdos? How many times do you see teams just instantly start the Zapdos, right? A lot of the times it's like standing around the pit. You like look at each other for like 10-15 seconds and then you try and see where the opponents are, try and get a pick off, right?
Yep, I know. Seeing the minimap, like where's the
Yeah.
position of the other team's member.
Yeah, but I mean, they managed to get away with it, and Havoc, they walk away with a 2-0. So that basically
Yep.
concludes our second round. It's been a pleasure casting with you, and I hope you enjoyed your brief venture into Singapore and Malaysia Pokemon Unite. And I believe after this break, we're gonna have more action for you. This time, it'll be me who'll be staying, and Stay will be going if you. Yep. So thank you so much for joining us here. I will be welcoming yet another caster to join me later on. But for now, we're going to go to a short break. Thank you for tuning in. We'll be back for more Southeast Asian Community Invitational action right after the break. Welcome back to the Southeast Asian Community Invitationals. My name is Permasneeze and I am joined by Hearthsono, who is unfortunately, if you can see over here, frozen on screen it seems, but I believe his audio is still working. Are you there, my friend?
Yes, I am here and I am looking at myself being
Knock,
frozen,
knock.
even though I am super dynamic right now, you know.
Sono, you there, man? It doesn't look like you. Okay, there you go. We're back. We're back.
Okay,
We're
there we go,
unfrozen.
there we go.
Let's go.
Yes.
Okay, so technical issues aside, welcome back to the Southeast Asia Community Invitational. You're here with me, Permasneeze, as well as joined by my brother from the same country, basically, Hearthsono.
Yep, and I am super excited to be here, Permasneeze. You know what? It feels like it's been a really long time since I last casted Pokemon Unite, but then I thought about it and it was only a month ago. But you know what? Without Pokemon Unite, it's always a long time, right?
Alright, enough talking about yourself, Sono. We're not here to watch Hearthsono commentary about his life. We're here to watch some action-packed Pokemon Unite, which is what we're here for. And I'm sure you caught the previous game. That was a nail-biter to end that series.
Yeah, I honestly thought it was quite insane. And I guess, you know, it was honestly not even close for the side of Havoc. But we are going to go into game number 1 of TV Raid versus TV Raid.
But no. Oh no, okay, let me do it. You need to get your notes right, okay? We had a game of Havoc versus Greedy Ghost, but that's over. Havoc took it 2-0, which is what Sono was talking about. Now though, we have Team Anigamu, fresh from Brunei, and Tavi Night Raid from the Philippines. So in case you guys can't tell, let me just kind of put you guys on the block, okay? So Tavi Night Raid is the team you see on your left right now. Roblox Master, Oni-chan Silver, Tanye West, brilliant name by the way, Kaori as well. They're part of Tavi Night Raid. That's a team from the Philippines. And from the right side, it is gonna be Team Anigamu, which is a team from Brunei. So we have some pretty interesting Pokemon picks coming out already, in between Shy Masters, Greninja, and Absol for Silver here. What do you think about these Pokemon?
Well, you know what? I find this very interesting because it actually differs from the usual. You see Dragonites everywhere. If it's not Dragonites nowadays, it seems to be Gardevoirs, especially in the last few games. But this or Talonflame. But in this case, they are not able to actually pick Talonflame because it has been banned out. So,
Absolutely.
Yeah, so because there's an Absol on the team. I mean, what?
Okay,
terrible jokes aside.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't mean to do that. I just say that word a lot, believe it or not. But in case you guys aren't aware, we are going for a new format with this Southeast Asian Community Invitational. Of course, we're having bans from each side, and for this particular round, the bans are Serena as well as Talonflame, which might explain the significant change in selection of Pokemon that you might be expecting. Like, I'm sure some of you who are watching, you know, you followed these teams for a while. Maybe you're supporting Team Anigamu from Brunei. Maybe you're supporting Team Tavi Night Raid from the Philippines, but maybe they're playing some Pokemon you're not very familiar with them playing. But I mean, you're about to get real familiar as we get into game number 1 of, like I said, Tavi Night Raid representing the Philippines and Team Anigamu representing Brunei.
Yeah, and honestly, it is very interesting right now, right? You see that on the side of Anigamu there is the Dragonite, and in the bot side, Dragonite typically goes into the jungle because he is very weak early on, and over here he is trying to contest the Arduino, but good rotation from the side of Night Raid. They are coming in, and over here Miracle Dio is in a bit of trouble, and yeah, he overstretched there and he's going to fall right there.
Yeah, I mean, a lot more action and a bit of a weird split as well. Usually sending your DPS Pokemon so far forward, especially when they're so weak early on, is not really the best idea, and they're gonna fall, all 3 of them, in the top side for it. Meanwhile, top lane as well, they managed to pick off the Lucario, so Tavi Night Raid starting off strong here in this early game.
Yeah, I mean, over here, that was honestly a very sus play on the side of Dio, because he is not strong in the early game, like you said. At the same time, he decides to contest 2 people, and it's not like he was a hit from the get-go.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about that advantage in the top lane because of that Absol gank, right? But it looks like the Greninja managed to make his way down on the side of Team Anigamu and turn that advantage around. He gets a kill and manages to secure the bees for his bot lane as well. But here comes Silver, just as we say, picks off the Mr. Mime on the back line, and this poor little Jiggly You can't jiggle around anymore when you're falling dead. So Miracle Dio once again has to fall back. Hasn't even evolved yet. And can't even push them off his goal. It's starting to look like the side of Tavi Knight Raid. This bot lane looking a nigh unstoppable right now.
Yeah, this is honestly, Tarbi Knight Raid is up to a really strong start right now. If you look on the side of Knight Raid versus Enigamu, especially even in the Lucario top side, right? You see that that Tarvi has the level 6 Lucario as compared to level 5 on Dark Tyranny, and he doesn't even have any stacks. Oh, he finally got a bit of stacks over here. There is a bit of skirmish. Tyranny is in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, Kaori is
here,
going to
he
end up
still
falling in the bot side though. That Wigglytuff probably venturing a bit too far forward. But they managed to get that punish with the Lucario and the Absol in the top lane, surprising him a little bit. Meanwhile, bot side, that's where the action is at. Wigglytuff finally achieved for V-Puff. Trying to get the dunk in, but going to be pushed off by the side of Tavi Knight right now. It's their turn to search forward onto this Greninja. That's a huge kill for them to get. That Greninja was level 7, and now they're gonna continue searching for Dragon Knight, Dragon Nair dead as well. And Kaori, look at her, no fear whatsoever, just standing there, taunting them. Vipa falling a little low, Focus Band keeping him alive, but not enough to stop Roblox Master from decimating their ranks. They're gonna crack open this goal, more than likely, not yet, 40 more points, but now postured up perfectly for this Dreadnought.
Yeah, I mean, over here the Dreadnought is free, right? They won that fight so easily, pushed it up, dropped all the goals, and just nice as Dreadnought spawns. And Anigamu needed this Dreadnought to actually keep in this game, but they actually lost this Dreadnought. Over here, they are trying to contest a bit for the Rotom, and they are going to trade on the side of for the Rotom, but they are still.
Yeah, here comes Kaori though with the 3-man sleep. Is there a backup? Starlight Recital as well, keeping him alive. So much shields and the damage. What? Where did that come from? Kaori's gonna fall for it, thank god. But here comes the Water Burst Shuriken from Shy Master, trying to do what he can, but Roblox Master is the real champion. Aura Cannon, completely wrong direction, but it sends him right into Silver's hands. Manages to pick off that Greninja, and while it looked like Team Enigamu, they were going to answer with that Rotom, it ends up being back into Tavi Knight Raid's favor yet again.
You know what? That Aura Cannon was just bait, okay? It was just to actually funnel.
Just scare them off a little bit. Just
funnel him right into Absol's arms where he gets destroyed.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely kind of getting destroyed right now. 171 points to 39 as the side of Tavi Knight Raid felt like they've been able to run away with this bot lane very handily, and the Mime not really providing as much as we've seen in the previous game, right? With Airy on that Mime on Team Havoc being able to create a lot of space and provide a lot of damage. This time around, not so successful as Dark Tyranny and Miracle Dio trying to look towards the Lucario in the top side. Roblox Master could be a juicy pick-off if they manage to tag team him in the top lane, but right now, still a skirmish in the bot side. They're gonna get some dunks off, and Roblox Master can't hold him off himself, so just breaking this goal further and further apart. But look at the damage. No, the Aura Cannon as well. Wait, where's your Aura Cannon going? Your Dragonite is just dead. Roblox Master just makes it look easy. The 2v1, and there's more challenges here for him. But the confusion off the mark doesn't actually knock him into a wall. Now Sangramore, he's in a bit of trouble. He has to run away, has the shield. And they managed to finally crack open that top side, but look at the bot lane. They're just taunting away. They know the Dreadnought's being taken and there's nothing you can do about it, V-Puff. What are you gonna do? Wait, Draco Impact though. The steal is not there. And Miracle Dio, he's gonna fall yet again. This Dragonite has not been having the time of day. Roblox Master finally gonna drop in the top side, but it takes 3. And now they're gonna look towards Rotom now as the answer yet again. And I mean, even though Rotom, like we said, right, in this recent patch, it's been balanced out quite a bit and doesn't have as much weight as, has a lot more weight than it used to. Still very big advantage for the side of Tavi Knight Raid.
Yeah, so I mean, Rotom doesn't have as, like you said, it doesn't have as much weight anymore. So it's more of a consolation prize because you still have to shove it into the goal for you to actually do something, or at least create enough space. Which on the side of Anigamu doesn't seem like there's enough space. Look at Tanya West. He is just popping his Unite moves, trying to keep alive, fending off 3 people from the goalpost as much as possible.
Bruh, that literally was 2 people on Team Anigamu popping their Unite moves, and the Venusaur just stood there. He didn't even need to pop his own. He just stood there with the pedal dance and just slapped them away. That's absolutely disgusting, as he managed to get a goal on Miracle Dio, but pays with his life. I don't know how worth it that is. Take a look at the level advantage on the side of Tavi Knight Raid. 13, 12, and 12 on the damage dealers compared to the 10s across the board. Only the Greninja's looking kind of hard, but I feel like it's so hard for him to find an opening in these fights.
Yeah, I mean, over here, I know points are not everything, but Tarbi Night Raid has everything. They have the points, they have the levels, and they have the backup points. And over here, they're pushing. What is Kaori and P-Pop doing?
Kaori just
Kaori is
does
going to
not
pay
care
for
about
this
the
his
save.
life.
He's not. He's just gonna put them to
Oh,
sleep
never
and
mind.
walk away. Now Oni-chan forward as well. Here comes the Draco. Okay, no, sorry. I literally don't know how to read. That literally was just a bit of a circle on the ground. I saw that wrongly. But Silver, he's gonna be able to fend them off right now. As Harvey Night Raid managed to escape unscathed. And meanwhile, they're answering back. Dark Tyranny, what are you doing so far forward, my friend? Just not having the same success. I feel like Harvey Night Raid, they're just kind of schooling Team Arigamu right now. Like I feel like they've won bot lane, they won top lane, they're fast with the rotations, they get the objectives, and I feel like Team Arigamu, they gotta be scratching their heads because they're like, what are we doing against this right now?
You know what? Because of all the snowballs from the get-go, right? And that's why Team Harvey Night Raid is actually
Gonna have to
way
interrupt you as
sharper
there
in terms
seems
of
to
their
be a
yep.
fight there. Way sharper they are as Silver takes down one to start out the fight. And Dark Tyranny, he's gonna be picked off as well. Silver just doing so much work. And for the past 8 minutes, we've seen the Dreadnought taken. Anigamu respond with a Rotom. The Dreadnought taken, Anigamu respond with a Rotom. This is heralding a sign of disaster for them as they get the Rotom just taken and swept away from under their feet. And they take out 3 to boot as well. Yes, sure, you're gonna get 80 down here, but it doesn't make up for the fact that you're like 150 points behind. They're gonna have to look towards Zapdos as we're posturing for the pivotal fight now. But it looks like actually this Roblox Master caught at the backside by himself. This could be a huge kill if they pick it up, and they do. And the rest of the side of Tavi Night Raid, now they need to be careful about their Lucario. Chaos breaking out at the backside of the fight though. Oni-chan down with the Cotton Cloud Crash manages to take out both supports. And Tanye West, he's in, he's draining, and he's taking them all down. Tavi Night Raid just right over their heads. Take them all out, 5-man team wipe, and there's gonna be a Zapdos in their back pocket like it's no big deal, running straight for the goals as well. And Kaori, this man, look at him just straight up taunting them, does not care. I refuse to believe this is lag, this is just straight up confidence right here. Starlit Reciter as well, gonna keep himself alive and sleeping all of them up, just opening the way for his team to get the goal, and we have a huge lead indeed. Tavi Night Raid, they're just kind of running away with it. Yes, they gotta pick off Tanye West, but the rest of the side of Tavi Night Raid, they're just kind of farming up the rest of the map where they can. They know they can use those jump pads to get the defense off, but now it's up to Team Anigamu. I don't know whether they have enough points to even kind of make it work. 30, 30, 30, 23, and 50. That doesn't seem like it, but these goals are going to be so important. They're probably going to look towards the top side and use those barriers. Here comes the Mime Shield to push him away as well. And now Kaori needs to be a bit careful. Can't sleep them out and walk away from this. Yes, he does. But now they're going to be looking towards the final go zone. Meanwhile, though, once again, Roblox Master with the dunks in as well as Oni-chan putting them in as well. And now the side of Team Anigamu, what can they do? Showtime straight on top of the last goal. But okay, buddy barriers, there's a lot of them. But 8 seconds left. This is starting to look hopeless, Sono.
Yeah, honestly, this is very much hopeless on the side of Team Anigamu, right? They were just getting stomped from the get-go. Okay, I can even say from level 1, they were already stomped because of the fact that Dratini decided, you know, I think this is a good idea to actually contest an Arduino, meanwhile, in a 1-1-3 composition, you see, without his team behind him.
Yeah, and it's always these 3-stage Pokemon, right, that kind of need the support. That's why you put them in the 1-1-3 to begin with, because then you have those 2 Pokemon backing them up, and then you get them to a higher level, and that's where they can contest. But as we can see from the score, all along, it was the side of Tavi Night Raid who were very firmly ahead. And, I mean, it doesn't really look like they're big of a lead, but when you watch the game, you can just see how much control they have over every aspect of the map. I think it was really smart for them not to go so hard on contesting the initial Rotoms, because I feel like that would have split their resources too much. Instead, they play exactly where they need to. Silver shows up everywhere he needs to be, and Roblox Master just playing the perfect Lucario. And I think it's very clear to see why Tavi Night Raid won that game. And a bit of a head scratcher from the side of the orange team, at least. I'm not really sure what they're trying to go for. Anigamu. Sorry, I keep thinking it's either Animagu or Anigamu. I don't know what that means.
It's Anigamu. Anigamu, yes.
And yeah, Anigamu. I don't really know what their team name means, but neither do I know exactly what their game plan is. Like you said, running those really, really greedy DPS Pokemon so far forward and too greedy at times, and it ends up biting them in the tail.
Yeah, I mean, like you saw, okay, Rotom is supposed to be able to create you space. Okay, you make a top side play, they push it, Rotom pushes in, and you're supposed to be able to make a bot side play. Maybe take Dreadnought, maybe take the first tier goals. But you can see that that Kanye West was so ahead that he's able to just hold on and just Petal Dance and Giga Drain and just stay on his goal, and they are not even able to do anything right there.
Yeah, the one time that they managed to get the Rotom actually bring some members of Tavi Night Raid to the top side, Team Anigamu, they were trying to do what they can, but it was literally staring down a level 11, 12 Venusaur while you're all like level 9, level 10, and you're forced to pop your Unite moves on this guy who's just not dying. So that's not how it works, homie. You can't just leave him. I think they were following a similar trend through the games that I've seen, at least, where it's just a Venusaur farming and then like the rest you're just kind of like scratching your head like, so are they gonna do anything about that? Or are they just gonna let him just Giga Drain his for all he's worth, right? And I mean, we're probably gonna have to see a bit of an adjustment here. Okay, so we're into the second game now. I believe the teams are already starting out, getting the lobby up. But what I mean by that is not that we're into the game, but I see the bans now, is what I'm trying to say. And it looks like it's gonna be a ban Serena again and Dragonite banned this time round.
Yeah, and I guess honestly, I don't think that the Dragonite needed to be banned. Dio from the get-go was super sloppy, I would say. But you know what? I think it was on the side of, it may be the ban on the Dragonite for the side of Team Anigamu, because I don't think it's the same. They are not the same people that actually banned it out. But I would say that it is scary for them, because they saw how ineffective Dragonite was on their side. So if they can't use it, nobody should be able to use it.
Right, so there's also the counter side of the argument where, even though, like you said, Miracle Dio was playing rather sloppy, there's no way that guy, like, this guy is like representing Brunei. I don't believe that's how, like, I don't think that was part of the plan. He probably just kind of got a bit over aggressive and didn't expect to be punished there, but not luckily, but you know, they kind of were wary to his tricks. Maybe they did a bit of homework, they knew this man, he's gonna try and push the limits, and he gets punished for it. So on paper to us it looks horrendous, but like, what is this guy doing? But we don't know anything about playing at that level, right? So maybe it's just like I'm saying, on the flip side, maybe they know that this Miracle Dio Dragonite is something to be feared, right? So they're gonna ban it out from the get-go. Even though it didn't have the effect in game number 1, they know now that, okay, he made that mistake in the first game, he's not going to again. This Hyper Beam or this Outrage is gonna be a huge problem if it gets online, and they just don't want to deal with it. But the Serena ban is quite interesting to me though, because Serena has been banned. Serena has been sort of changed a little bit, adjusted here and there. And I mean, we're not going to see her, so there's no point talking about her right now as we get into the picking phase of game number 2 of Team Anigamu against Tavi Night Raid. Of course, for those of you who don't know, Team Tavi Night Raid will be your team on the right this time, who are on the orange side, and on the blue side is Team Anigamu representing Brunei. So a bit of a change up here. I see a Blastoise, baby.
Yeah, hey, this is, I would say, I would like this comp to be better. It's more sustained. It's more of a balanced comp. You see, not everybody is dealing damage, and over here you don't need as much, or rather, actually, you need a lot of funneling, because you see, everybody except for Wigglytuff is a 3-stage Pokemon, which means that they are going to hit their power spikes way later as compared to the side of Tavi Night Raid. You see, everybody, or half of them, are not even evolved Pokemon at all. So over here, they just, essentially, Anigamu needs to weather the storm.
Yeah, I mean, on the side of Anigamu, I'm not really sure. I feel like Kaori just has this like he's just one step ahead, right? I feel like he's just made so much space for his team just by constantly being in front and setting up those sleeps. And I don't even know how they break through, right? Because even though they don't necessarily have a frontliner, Kaori's doing that just fine. They need to be able to punish this Wiggly for just being postured so far forward. As we get into game number 2 now of Anigamu versus Tavi Night Raid. Can Tavi Night Raid sweep it away with another 2-0 for today, or will Anigamu be able to answer back in this second game?
Yeah, and this is actually all comes down to the early game. See how much Anigamu can actually farm up with the 2-1-2 on the top side, and with the Talonflame and the Squirtle. And you know what? They need to shut down the Lucario. But over here, they are getting a bit bullied on the bot side because they are at a disadvantage.
Yeah, once again, it feels like the side of Tavi Night Raid, they're off to a bit of a good start here. Defense curl away as well, keeping Kaori alive. And I feel like that's the real hero of the first game, right? Really just keeping so many people at bay and just being such a nuisance and unable to take down. Every time you try and jump her, just gets the sing off, and then the rest of the side of Tavi Night Raid are there to clean up. But what I really want to look at is this Miracle Dio Squirtle, because Squirtle, or rather Blastoise, is a hero, or is a Pokemon that's really, really good at dealing with Pokemon that want to dive in, right? Because he has all these knockups, all these throws, and all this control, and that definitely is what, you know, Silver and Roblox Master have been doing as they dive straight into this. Squirtle just disappears, V-Path falling low as well, and they just make it look easy.
Yeah, you just get absolutely destroyed. Jump in, and you know what? Squirtle be like, I have accepted my death. Meanwhile, Silver is pulling a hit, and if he wants to actually invade Frogadiil's jungle, he can, but he would choose to actually rotate the bot, try to put even more pressure than how much pressure the bot side actually has already.
I mean, you could get a bit of a kill
Roblox
here,
Master
but
is not low.
I mean, yeah, a bit off the mark with that move usage, but I mean, it doesn't matter when Roblox. When Roblox Master just walks back in like that, Miracle Dio gets the kill anyway. A bit of a misstep, perhaps. But yeah, I mean, I'm looking to see a bit more action right now because it's definitely okay. So look, they're finally punishing Kaori for his forward position. Right, Shy Master coming down, taking out this Wigglytuff, and once you start killing this Wigglytuff off, then the rest of the team is opened up. But I don't know how much space you're gonna have with how much Silver is doing in terms of work. He's just swiping the top side down completely. And yeah, he's gonna clean it up more than likely. There we go, there's the finish. Shy Master here, but not in time. And Roblox Master gonna make the space that he needs. Oh, not just space, but like completely wipes out the health bar as well. And this top lane duo, the jungler and Roblox Master, just doing so much work for the side of Tavi Night Raid right now.
Yeah, they are doing so much damage. They don't even care. Look at how mobile Roblox Master is, and just as I said that he proceeded to die. And you know what? This is probably the space that Anigamu actually needs. But look at the bot side. You see that again, leaving Ivysaur alone with the rest of the team, leaving him to get the goals, and he's going to get really scary once he turns into a Venusaur.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is the Venusaur conundrum that we've just been talking about over and over again, right? Now, look, Tanye West just free to take the Dreadnought, free to grab the EXP. It's the answer from Rotom, and what, like, this kind of feels like both teams have a set game plan, but I think it's definitely a lot closer this time for Anigamu, despite how badly the top lane is going.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, maybe they finally found a way that, you know what, let's just shut down Roblox Master first, and then we see how it goes. And meanwhile, Silver is just getting absolutely deleted. Kaori is in a bit of trouble, but manages to run away.
Yeah, Tavi Night Raid tanking a little bit of damage here, but Tanya West now under that goal zone. Verdant Anger as well. How many times are you gonna fall into this Venusaur trap, baby? You can't keep letting this happen to you. I mean, Roblox Master gonna get some dunks off in the top lane. V-Puff managed to get his off as well with the goal-getter proc. But apart from that, I mean, once again, it's looking a lot closer score-wise, but take a look at the levels. Level 8 Ivysaur on Team Anigamu, not even evolved yet, and he might have to stay unevolved for a bit longer as he gets knocked up. Plaito, where you going, baby? He has to turn around the Sludge Bomb. Can he get out? Yes, he can for now. Sagramore makes the space, and Oni-chan now under a bit of trouble, but Leaf Tornado gonna glide himself out of there. But now, yeah, a bit too far forward as well. Silver gonna be able to get that kill off, and actually pretty interesting. Solar Beam and Solar Beam. Opting to go for Solar Beam Sludge Bomb. A bit of an old school build compared to this Petal Dance, but okay. Top side, they managed to get Roblox Master. Very nice. Those are the pickups that they need, right? They're keeping the game even.
Yeah, it's relatively even. Now, I was about to bring up that point that I saw a Solar Beam right there, and I was like, wait a second. You know, so over here, I guess they are trying to actually go for a longer range kind of comp, you know, because once you see what happens whenever Team Anigamu jumps in, they die.
Yeah, Absolutely. So yeah, I mean they already have the Talonflame and the Greninja and the Blastoise who are gonna be going in and making the space, right? So ideally they want Plaito to just be shooting from the backlines as we see him doing right now. Oni-chan gonna get under some fire, but the Cotton Cloud Crash is out, keeping him alive for now and keeping the damage out actually. Here comes Unite Moves to answer the Verdant Anger from Plaito. It's gonna knock down Roblox Master. So they managed to trade out pretty nicely for Team Anigamu, but meanwhile on the bot side, Tavi Night Raid actually get the Dreadnought. Plaito's gonna be able to finish off that Eldegoss. But oh, Miracle Dio.
Oh no, not like this!
Dio! Not like this, the War Turtle. Just taking a bit too much damage, leaning too much into the defender role and tanks that death for the squadron. Not really what you want to see. I don't know whether that was intentional or not. Okay, maybe he did that just so he could get the reset fast back to base and come out and try and defend this goal, right? Maybe that's the strat. We don't know, but
You know what? I'm convinced. That's the strat, okay? And
yeah, that's
you see,
definitely
then
the strat.
the rest of this.
Yeah, I mean, what's not the strat though is V-Puff trying to come in with the goal getter and doesn't even have enough HP to stand up for it, just getting completely decimated. Roblox Master has to be a bit careful though, facing up against this Rotom, but he'll be the winner of that duel, as both teams just gonna kind of stray back to their sides of the map and farm away.
You know what? I honestly really didn't like how Talonflame actually just dive in like that.
Yeah.
Very, very clearly he was going to die right there. He saw one of his teammates get absolutely decimated, but he decides to just jump in anyway. So what was that about?
I think it's just trying to draw the attention of Tabi Night Raid, right? Because you kind of know, even though you don't know the exact scores unless you're keeping track, you kind of, okay, here comes the Blastoise Unite move. This could be huge. If they pop up Silver, then the Water Burst Shuriken is, and the Rapid Spin as well. They managed to pick off that Absol, and that's a huge pressure in the team fight. Those are two kills. Those are two huge kills for Anigamu. If they can make the move to the bot lane now and try and crack open that goal zone, it's gonna be big. Kaori is there though, ready to defend once again. Look at Kaori ready to put them all to sleep, and Tanya West is there as well, chasing them away. We talked about the Venusaur in the goal zone. So they get 2 kills, pretty nice, but I mean, doesn't really amount to much. They don't actually crack open the bot goal zone. They managed to get a nice 40 dunk in, but the rest of the side of Team Anigamu actually get out of that situation relatively scot-free. The Blastoise does get picked off in the top side though, and now it's positioning them for a really nice Dreadnought.
Yeah, and over here with the Dreadnought is going to be huge for the fight that is going to happen with Zapdos. Oh, I saw that Solar Beam there. They were trying to steal it right there, but
yeah, I mean,
to no avail.
Yeah, I mean, nicely positioned here from the side of Tavi Night Raid, right? Because they managed to just divert enough resources to get this Dreadnought, and then now they're going to be here to try and stop this Rotom as well. But Aura Cannon coming out, going to keep Roblox Master alive for now, but who's going to get Rotom? It's going to be the side of Tavi Night Raid. This is going to be a huge pinnacle of pressure for them, and no, Silver, he's not done. He wants to get Wigglytuff as well, and he does. That's 4 dead. They can just make a beeline straight from the Zapdos now. Forget the Rotom, we got a bigger bird to fry here. They have this Venusaur sneaking in the side. Okay, Solar Beam Steel. Is it there? I don't know if it's nearly enough damage as it's falling low so fast. Verdant Anger to secure it as well. And Plaito, he's gonna throw out the Verdant Anger. It's a bit too late though. And Kaori with the Starlit Recital. The Blastoise ulti is gonna hit absolutely nothing as the side of Tabi Night Raid, they're just running through like thieves in the night. Getting those dunks in 100, amounting all the way up to 716, and they're not even done just yet. 756 is the final score by the time all the points are dunked in, and here comes the stop. Yeah, Tanya West right on the goal zone in his natural habitat. And if you're in a Venusaur 1v1, you want Giga Drain and Pedal Dance. You don't really want Sludge Bomb, Solar Beam. That doesn't really work out. Speaking of not working out, V-Puff gonna fall yet again. How many times have we said that already? This Talonflame just kind of free food for Absol right now, and he's not even done. Taking out Miracle Dio as well on that Blastoise, and I feel like Team Anigamu, they're crumbling.
Yeah, they are absolutely crumbling. You see over here, look at that. Edelgos, Oni-chan and Kaori was just at the bottom over here, but you know what, Roblox Master for the support over and absolutely deleting 3 people just like that. And over here with the Aura Cannon trying to stop V-Puff right here.
I mean, there's 30 seconds left. The flame sweep back is gonna do. I mean, it's gonna get them a kill on the Roblox Master. Maybe the dashes back and forth. Where's the backup? No, he gets out. No way, they can't even get their hands on him. Roblox Master just dancing around them. Today he's here to boogie, and he's not pulling any punches. They managed to finally pick off Oni-chan, but look at the side of Tavi Night Raid, 10 seconds left. They're all on their assumed positions. They're all defending those goals that they know. Team Anigamu, if you by some miracle try and make it here, it will be there. And I mean, Team Anigamu, they can't even reach half the map. It's gonna be another 2-0 today. For the side of Tavi Night Raid, they clean it up in convincing fashion and really just look like they've just completely outclassed Team Anigamu.
Yeah, that was such a bad showing by Team Anigamu, because over here they took everything. Tarvi and I managed to take everything from the get-go. It was a bit closer, yes, this time, but the thing is, the Dreadnoughts were all theirs, and it's very important that that Team Anigamu doesn't actually lose the Dreadnoughts, because they need the EXP more than Tarvi Knight.
Yeah, but I mean, at that point, with the lead already compounding so much, it's easier said than done, right? You can say, oh, you know, they shouldn't lose the Dreadnoughts, but what can they actually do about it? I feel like the side of Tavi Night Raid just split their resources so phenomenally, and from there, it's just kind of hard to come back. If there's one thing I want to see, though, I don't know if we can get to that in the spectator, but I would love to see the damage dealt by Tanye West, because that man just standing on the goalpost, I don't know, it looked like he was just chunking them apart. I don't know about you.
Yeah, he was dealing so much damage, but you know what? I have to actually say that this time Team Anigamu managed to make Kaori not just stand around menacingly and stare them down. He actually had to sing every time that he was actually going up against them.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it was a really nice victory, so well played for the side of Tavi Night Raid. They take the 2-0 series in convincing fashion. And GG to the side of Anigamu as well. Of course, this is just the group stage, so it's not over just yet. And we're gonna have way more games coming up for you, but I believe that is it for this series as they get the 2-0. Just it looks so clean,
Yeah,
it looks so easy.
Yeah, do you see how much damage Kanye West actually put in just now?
Lay it on me, lay it on me.
65,000 damage. Okay.
Not honestly, not as much as I expected, but with the way they were dying, I don't think there was a lot of health bars to work through anyway.
Yeah, fair, but you know what? Lucario was the one that was actually carrying out the most damage. Look at him dashing in and out with the extreme speed. I'm pretty sure he took close combat right there, and
Yeah,
he just absolutely priced everybody out.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, it was just very nicely played for the side of Tavi Night Raid. Of course, we're going to have more action for you. That is it for me, though, so thank you everyone for joining us. And we are going to have more casters and more Pokemon Unite action coming up for you in the Southeast Asian Community Invitational after this short break.
Yes, I will still be here, but permasneeze will not be. And like he said, we will be having new casters, so we will be going for a short break right now. Okay, we'll see you later. Bye!
halftime break where I demolish Ryan Nyterra in a Yu-Gi-Oh game.
Oh, shut up.
Oh no, you shut up.
Bro, I'm gonna show you.
Language.
Look, I'm gonna play my Duraludon out on the field, and you're not gonna know what to do.
Yeah, because you're looking at my screen. You can see
I'm
my
not,
cards.
dude.
Yes, you are. You are literally watching this.
I just
know
have that open by default, dude. Don't worry about it.
You know what? I don't care.
And you play like 6 scum, right? I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't care about you, bro.
See, now he swings at my face, and I'm gonna lose the game. This is not my fault. Chat, do y'all agree that 6 Samurai is a good deck? When JJ
It is a
pilots
good
it?
deck. What do you mean?
No, when you pilot it, it's not a good deck.
Really?
So you bully the guy who's played this for like, what, 2 hours? Okay, hold on. I actually need to check how many hours I got on this. 12 hours, my bad.
Yeah, we're still on what?
Only need 200 LP. I got this. Your mistake was not finishing me.
No, I have nothing to. I have no others to use.
Alright, so I need to do this summon.
Yeah.
Okay. Got it.
Literally have to. Oh wait, no. Can you put the logo of the C community and we're back into the put it up a little bit so that they can see it better? Yeah. The one on the edge here. Here you go. Here, around here.
Oh no, is this a misplay?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh no, misplay's been made.
Smaller drawing the Yu-Gi-Oh game.
On the stack. Come on.
Yeah. And then after this, this is gonna be done anyway.
Did you? Oh, how many copies of that do you have? Fuck, I couldn't find it. Okay.
Then after this, we go back to the break scene thing.
Break scene thing, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's okay. I choose you. Let me think of what I can reference this to. Red Lucario. Okay, I need.
Come on, man, take your time. Sorry, don't take your time. Come on.
Calm down. Chill. I know you want to lose, but you know. Which one do I want?
And then just immediately, just after this match, the moment he loses, just
Go on. Huh.
I'm sorry, but this is the end. Good luck, guys. Welcome back to Pokemon Unite. I'll see you in a bit.
Oh no.
Oh wow.
What? What?
Oh wait, no.
Idiot!
No.
What do I want to do here? I want easy. I
Man.
want easy.
All right, guys. We'll see you in I don't know. We'll see you in 30 minutes. Yeah. Peace. I hope you guys enjoyed the game.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Sea Community Invitational. It seems I have been frozen in time yet
Yeah,
again, but it's okay.
Frozono.
But
Hello,
it's okay.
Frozono.
My audio still works, and that is honestly all that matters. I'm Hearthsono, and joining me today is Cake. So, how are you
Hello.
doing today?
I am doing fine. It's been a wonderful day. I've seen so many matches, and honestly, it's been really surprising all around. In the previous match, I've actually managed to witness Elder Gods carrying Cotton Crash. Cotton Spore, and that's not something you really see like when you solo queue, because Elder Gods wants to have the sustain. You want to hold like at least a Pollen Puff or a Cotton Guard. But in this case, the Elder Gods actually just went for the Leaf Tornado and the Cotton Spore. So that was like so much CC being dealt, and they were just so dominant in the fights. It was just amazing to watch, honestly.
Yeah, it was so dominant, right? With
Exactly.
Team Anigamu versus Harvey.
Mhm.
And that was honestly clean all around by Harvey Nightrate. But
Yes,
we are not here to talk about the past. We are here to talk about the future. But before we go into the future, we actually need to talk about the past results.
Yes,
Or rather,
and
what happened in the results so far.
do we have like a result screen or something?
We do not
It doesn't
have the
matter if
results.
it doesn't matter. I mean, like, we've seen 2-0 matches going all around, and from those 2-0 matches, there were such phenomenal plays that happened. And can I just point out the match of Havoc against which team was it?
Havoc against.
Yeah, which team did Havoc go up against?
I was pretty sure.
Oh, sorry, Greedy Ghost, yes. The match against Havoc in Greedy Ghost, the last minute dunk from Aerie, where she just she just stayed at the back, snuck in, and managed to pop in the 50, just inching Havoc all the way up. Yeah, like the 50 turned into 100 eventually, but she inched it all the way up such that they just snatched the victory away from Greedy Ghost. I felt like that was honestly the moment for me. If I were to pick a moment in the game that I would like just want to put it up there, frame it up on the pedestal, and just like send it to the gods, that is the play that I want to do.
For sure. You know what?
Beautiful.
That was super patient by Aerie, okay? But let us look at the current standings right now. Okay, we have no Lucario with a 3-0 record, meaning that this is a perfect record. 0 losses so far, and they are just so dominant. I'm pretty sure that we did see one of their games earlier today, and you can see that they were super dominant. Meanwhile, on their heels, we have Team Overdrive and Tarvi Nightrate with a 2-1 scoreline. You know what? They are still very much in the running for the top cut. And we have Team Rocket with PKK Unite in the 1-2 scoreline, which is
It's not so bad, It's not so bad.
If they can win the rest of their games, I'm pretty sure they still have a good chance of making it into the top cuts. And finally, we have Team Anigamu at a 0-3. So,
Meanwhile, on the side of Group B, there is Rise and Havoc with a 3-0 clean sweep so far. War from Vietnam on a 2-1. And then we have Eos Fortis Regis on a 1-2, with Greedy Ghost and XDT with a 0-3 record.
Wow. Okay. So honestly, there is a lot more gap in Group B than in Group A. Group A is still so hotly contested, with only no Lucario being in the top, but everybody else is still up for the taking.
Right.
And as long as they continue to have this dominant showing, I'm pretty sure that it is going to be a close call, and nobody knows who is going to come out on top.
Oh, but meanwhile in Group B, I'm just really interested to see whether the match between Rise and Havoc will happen, because these two are like the undefeateds in their group, and you know what happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable mountain? You get a result that nobody knows the actual outcome of.
Exactly. Nobody knows the result of that. So we want to see that happen, but you know what? When you want to see it in the grand finals of day number 2. You see,
That's right.
That's when things become super interesting. But we are not going to feature Rise versus Havoc today. Okay, so we just but let me introduce today's teams. All right,
let's go.
Time's teams with Rise, and Aeos Fortis Regis. Okay,
Let's
with
get
the bans,
it.
with the bans being Dragon Knight and Wigglytuff.
Oh, that's interesting. I think they've seen Wigglytuff doing that really crucial crowd control with the Sing, and I know we haven't seen the rollout much, but I was actually hoping for that. And Dragonite is being banned out as well, which removes that burst damage. Although, like, you know, Dragonite has been nerfed, but that burst damage from Hyper Beam is still so prevalent in last hitting objectives that it's quite crucial. And banning it off just removes like something that you need to take note of. Oh, but
Yeah, I
we had
mean,
Charizards.
Charizard.
Oh my god, have you seen a Charizard this like so far?
Wait, no, we had. I feel like we had a close call earlier today, but this is the first time I have seen a Charizard, and I'm so excited. And it's on both teams.
Yeah, both teams. And not only that, look, there's a Mamoswine.
Oh, look at all of these rare Pokemon coming out.
I'm just okay. Honestly, I'm really happy to see them coming out because I'm a fan of non-meta picks, and I know the meta is changing, and also like any of these Pokemon might pop into the meta now. But if you saw the items, almost all of them were carrying slow smokes, and I'm a Mamoswine player who like brings a slow smoke along, like even before it was buffed. And I can tell you the slow smoke really provides that much needed CC during team fights, especially when you want to engage on targets that can't get away easily without the full heal, X speed, or the eject button. So those are the plays that we're going to really look out for. And since Mamoswine is really good at either singling out targets or just freezing entire teams leading up to really big team wipes, we're just going to see what's going to happen. And they have Pikachu as well.
Yeah, it was, from the looks of it, it looks like a very CC heavy comp, you know. So over here, they are probably going to dominate the lane. I feel like they may actually dominate the laning phase, but if Rise can actually go weather out the storm, I guess they would win the late game.
And if we look at the team composition of Rise, there's an Eldegoss and a Blissey. So if they do go with like the healing skills like Soft Boiled and Cotton Guard or Pollen Puff, we are going to look at like a really high amount of sustain on the side of Rise, while on the side of Aeos Fortis Regis, there is just like, as what we talked about, the CC. Look, the slow smoke is going down and they can't get away.
Just like that, it was already instantly pulling its weight. It's going to set Rise a bit more behind, and like I said before, they need to weather this storm first, right?
Yeah, they have to get past this early game because Mamoswine and Pikachu are really great early game bullies. As you've seen over there, the icicle shards and the tackle really just dealing that much needed CC. But I don't think it's going to be off this time.
And Eldegoss is going to just fall right there, and then you see they had to have the sacrificial lamb, because if not, I'm pretty sure Mamoswine would have gone with 2.
And I think it was a really good time to kill the Eldegoss as well, because that's just gonna make contesting for the bees a little bit harder, as we've seen Rise just cleaning up all the last hits over there. So that's gonna like put a damper on the EXP of Aeos Fortis Regis for a bit.
Yeah, so you see, this is such an entertaining game, right? Back and forth. But what I want to talk about is that, interestingly, Bongo C is actually in the jungle instead of the Charmander. So what's that about?
Well, Venusaur can be a really good jungler if you manage to get him to scale up in time. So what you really want is for your Venusaur to get the Petal Dance fast, and for the Charmeleon currently, getting the skills of like your Fire Blast, your Flamethrower is going to be really crucial in team fights, especially since you can cast those skills while moving now. So there's going to be a lot of mobility coming out from the Charizards, and honestly, if they manage to scale up in time, it's going to make a really big impact on the team, considering how much crowd control supports that they have on their side as well.
Yeah, I hear you, and they have so much sustain, they have so much damage. You see, it's either sustain or actually damage on the side of Rise, if you notice. And the bees are going to come up in about 15 seconds. But over here, Rise has the opportunity to actually beat them to the bees. But look at the rotation on the side of Aeos Fortis Regis. So Miwa is here for the fight. They are ready to fight over these bees, and the bees go in. Over here, look at Dan just dashing in. No regard for his safety whatsoever. Miwa dashing in and out. Over here, Blissey is going to fall right there, and then there is a bit of a skirmish here. Everybody on the side of Rise is brought low, and decisively, this is going in favor of Aeos Fortis Regis Soul, and over here they are going to they can actually start the Dreadnought, which they are going to start the Dreadnought right now. Rice needs to find the angle coming in. They have a lot of time. Miwa is just going to zone them up. Dr. Gods getting pumped out, and
It's a steal!
Look at the steal! Look
It's
at
a
the
steal!
And the wipe that follows afterwards, Dan is in trouble so low, and he's going to be a target, and he falls right there, and then Kiwi just getting slowly slapped out by Zell, but he tries to escape, but to no avail, and everything just flip on its head right there and then. But Xenos is not done yet. He's still running for the hills, trying to survive for as long as possible, and he finally gets out.
Well, on paper, that fight would have went to Aeos Fortis Regis since everybody has rotated down. But look, the Mammoth Swine is still a Swine up. He's level 4. He doesn't have the skills of Ice Fang or your Icicle Crash, which is the much needed CC that he needs. So in that fight, they didn't have the CC, and Serena just had the free time farming up on top and managed to come down in time for that steal.
Yeah, so that was quite the insane game. Speaking of insane games, here's the fight, and over here the Seismic Slam comes in, but you know what? Charizard is going to be the first to fall over here too. Charizard Miwa is brought down super low, and over here the game is just turning on its head. Everything is turning up Rise right now. They are free to take the Rotom right now.
Well, that was an insane rotation from Rice. Like, they knew that the objective at the bot lane is gone. Alright, we've taken it, so let's move on to the next. And although they're not really taking it now, they managed to bait out one of the Unites from Aeos Fortis Regis, and that is Charizard Seismic Slam, which is much needed in teamfights such as this.
Oh, Kiwi, you're brought down super low. The chase is on. Zell, Dr. Gods is in with the flamethrowers, and he finally brings him down. Dan is going to be the next target has a target on his back, and he's going to fall also. So over here is still Rise. Everything is turning out Rise with Dreadnought coming up in 10 seconds. Aeos Fortis Regis needs to actually find an angle in. Look at Bongo! No, not like this!
No!
Miwa proving himself to be absolutely on top of things when it comes to the 1v1. He will not lose anybody. The Dreadnought has been started. But you know what? Over here they are pushing. Rice is pushing them back so far, and over here Dr. Gods is soloing, dealing as much damage as possible. Ultimas are getting popped, and and the Dreadnought gets
Yet
stolen
another
back at the
steal.
Elder.
There's so many steals going on.
Elder Goss popping off his Unite move. Serena is going to drop right there. Zell is pushed and grouped up. Everybody is just getting dealt so much damage. Pikachu is going to fall over here, and this is just pandemonium, folks. The Seismic Slam going by Zell, and he is dropped down so low. Dan is going to fall also right there, and Dan and Quickso is just dropped. He's just so low, but
He survived!
Yes, he survives instead. Dr. Gods is going to be the one that falls over here, and this game is just so back and forth.
Well, that was a really good priority dunk from over there, giving him the 50 to overdunk. But let's just talk about that team fight over there. Mammoth Swine, he has access to his skills already. You saw how the Icicle Crash managed to freeze much of the targets on the side of Rice, and they had to pop their buddy barriers first. And since they had to pop it first, Aeos Fortis Regis had the luxury to wait for it to drop a little bit and then pop theirs of their own, which gives them a little bit more sustain, and we saw how that fight turned out in the end. Overwhelmingly in the favor of Aeos Fortis Regis, and they got the Dreadnought to boot.
Yeah, so everything, this entire game is just turning on its head. Over here, Serena trying to go for a sneaky dunk, and finally escapes with her life, but not so much for Dan over here. Miwa going in with the Queen's Ascendant targeting him right now. He's trying to escape, but he's getting slowed. But you know what? It doesn't matter. He's still in the fight over here, and finally Rotom gets into Rise over here. Kanali is still out for blood, and Pikachu is going to fall right there and then.
Well, that's some really nice burst damage from the Storm, don't you think?
Yeah.
just like she just jumped and gabam, Pikachu, you're dead. And I don't think she really needs like the triple axle, since like, you know, the damage has been reduced a little bit. But that Stomp, it's wow.
Oh no, Zell! You just got caught out right there and out of position.
Oh, that's not where you want to be.
No! For a second, I was believing right there. You know, I was believing that she could escape around for the hills, and the Dreadnought is just going to be free for the side of Aeos Fortis Regis, and this is going to be a very important Dreadnought.
Okay, but it could be a plan to die over there, because you know when you die, your Unite move recharges faster.
All right. You know what? Maybe.
And let's just
But
hope it
I
comes out now.
Over here, speaking of, Zapdos is up and running right now. They are trying to actually posture up for Zapdos, but over here dealing so much damage. Pandemonium Unite moves are getting popped everywhere. Over here, and Lucario finally falls on the side of Aeos. Then running for the hills. Erase trying to survive for as long as possible. Quicksoul healing up, and Rice has to start the. They have to start the Zapdos right now, while everybody on the side of Aeos Fortis Regis is down. Dan trying to buy as much time as possible. The Seismic Slam comes in. Didn't deal as much damage, and Dan finally falls. Who got it? And
Aeos!
stole it. They stole the Zapdos. This is just a game of steals, folks. But the game is still not over yet. There's still a minute 10 seconds, and look at that. There is so much that Rice can do right now. Kiwi is brought down low. He's going to fall right there, and then the last ditch effort by him was not enough. Quicksoul trying to save, but too little, too late, and Rice is just pushing into their bases for as much as possible right now. Dan is trying to stall them out, but to no avail. Everybody's so
What's
squeezy
going
quick.
on?
Miwa, everybody is just dropping on the side of Aeos Fortis, and this is not. And Erase J trying to stay alive, dealing as much damage, but to no avail. And they are just marching into the central base of Aeos Fortis Regis right there, and then 500 points, and there we go.
That's a surrender.
The surrender right there, and then this is so. That was such a dominant show. I would say that the early game was very much pandemonium. It was very much Rice and Aeos Fortis were just fighting. They got the first. Rice got the first Dreadnought. Aeos manages to steal the second Dreadnought, and it was just
everybody was just stealing everything. Okay, now let's just talk about the last fight. Aeos Fortis Regis. They stole the Zapdos, and you know Zapdos, once you kill it, you open up the goals for free dunks. But Rice, they didn't let that happen. Like, so what if the goals are open? If there are no Pokemon to dunk, you won't score anything, and that's exactly what they did. They wiped out every single member of Aeos Fortis Regis, putting on so much pressure and dunking some scores of their own. So instead of just running back to defend, they just took the offensive, bulldozed them all the way back to their base, scored some of their own as well, just taking the lead. Look at that. Like, that was just wow.
Yeah, so I would say that once they saw that Aeos got wiped out, they instantly did the Zapdos. That was good. That was good on their side, because they don't actually need to have the Zapdos at all. They just started the fight so that they can win the fight and then absolutely bulldoze Aeos Fortis. And look at the damage charts. Dr. God's dealing 80,000.
Goodness.
80,000 damage. But you know what? The more impressive one is Bongo C. I didn't actually see him much, but as long as Petal Dance is there,
11k, 1100.
Yeah,
1100. What? Those are triple digits in the thousands.
114,000 right there, Cake.
Yeah, for a moment I couldn't math. Like, I was just too shocked at the numbers. Like, you don't usually see a Venusaur with this big numbers, but I guess that's what you get when you have a jungle Venusaur, like with that Petal Dance. Like, wow.
Yeah, so over here is so much. Everything was right with Rice. So what can Aeos Fortis actually do to adjust so that they are able to win game number 2?
Well, it's not to say that the game plan of Aeos Fortis was bad. It really wasn't. Like, the game plan was actually pulled off multiple times. If we saw with the crowd control from Dan and Kiwi as well, like singling out the targets and then just like putting that massive group CC while Charizard just went in and burnt everybody to ashes. But I think it was just those crucial decision makings that Rice made that ultimately managed to flip the tables on them. Like,
yeah.
But both sides showed equally high level play, like with the battle of Dreadnought, where they baited out the Unite moves from Rice to proc the Body Barriers first before proccing Body Barriers of their own in order to win the fight of Sustain. But ultimately, in the end, I guess it was just unfortunate that the final team fight went in favor of Rice. But it was kind of expected, because damage dealers were already down on the side of what's that team called? Aeos Fortis.
Yeah,
and rushing the Zapdos could have been advantageous for them. But since like Zapdos was already being rushed, Eos Fortis had no choice but to contest the Zapdos as well. But by contesting the Zapdos, you're pulling more resources into the Zapdos rather than sustaining the team. And with those resources already gone, there's just going to be easy pickings for you. Like, we saw that happen.
So honestly, right, could they have given out the Zapdos but prevent Rise actually dunking? Like you said, Zapdos is inconsequential if the rest of the team dies.
Yeah, exactly.
If the rest of the team falls right there.
But okay, if Eos Fortis manages to wipe out the entirety of Rise, then yes, there could have been a comeback, as we have seen with the match of Greedy Ghost and Havoc, where even though they lost the Zapdos, they just went straight for the goals, like since there was nobody to dunk. And so I guess all of this comes down to what moves have been used and the situation of the game. And with this fast pacing of the game, it's honestly really, really hard to tell. And a lot of this is also based on luck. Honest.
I like your idea. So this is a coin flip. You know what? Eos doesn't actually need to do a lot of adjustments, but we just receive word that their bans are in, and they have adjusted. Rise has still banned out the Dragon Knight, and for obvious reasons. But
Of
Eos
course.
Fortis has actually decided to ban out the Charizard because you saw how much Dr. Gods was dealing just now.
Exactly. And since Charizard is so mobile right now, you saw he walked across the stage, dropping fires here and there, burning his targets to a crisp, while still moving. And since with the advent of the slow smoke buffs, they're just gonna lock down their key targets in place with Charizard and his insane crowd AoE skills. You're just gonna lay down the hurt, and I think it's a wise choice to ban them if you don't really have an answer to it.
Yeah, I would say that they don't exactly have an answer. Meanwhile, we are going back to the drawing board of
Okay, AFR's on the
Fortis.
left now.
Yeah, AFR is on the left now, and Rise is on the right. Looks like the team comps are for now relatively the same, except for Erase JT. He has to go for something else out in the jungle.
Oh, look at that Absol. Now I think we've seen the impact of Absol in the previous games, where he just like goes in and deletes, or goes in and gets deleted. So it's really just gonna depend on whether he's able to land that crit. But now we have a Wigglytuff on the side of AFR, so that's some much needed CC. And since it has been released from the ban jail, both sides are picking it up.
Yeah, both sides are picking it up, and honestly, this is just going to be a CC fest. And on top of being a CC fest, there's also clans on the side of Wigglytuff. So I guess it's all down to who pops the Unite moves first.
Yeah, looking at Venusaur, Lucario, and Serena with the full heal, I think they already know that a Wigglytuff is going to come out since it has been released from jail. And with the slow smokes as well, there's just so much CC that you can be caught in that I think full heal is a really good choice for them over here.
Yeah, everybody's taking full heal
Yeah.
for slow smokes.
But okay, except Greninja. Greninja don't care. Greninja don't care. He just wants to eject like.
He just needs one extra mobility skill, whether it's to kill, whether it's to take someone down, or to actually escape. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean,
long-
like Greninja already has 2 dashes, so what's the harm in adding a third?
You see, the third is what keeps him alive, and we are off, ladies and gentlemen, with Rise going up 1-0, and let's see if they can bring it home this game.
Alright, I think we're gonna take a look in the difference of Froakie and Bounsweet. But we're gonna look at where's the Serena? Oh, it's on the top lane. Rice is going straight for the Venusaur jungle again, while this time Eos Fortis Regis is bringing in the Greninja jungle. So since both of them kind of spike at the level 7, we're gonna see who can reach it first, and whether, oh, look at that slow smokes. It's just disgusting!
Oh no, like that.
Where are you going, Eldegoss? Where are you going?
How you gonna run? You can't run, that's right.
Yeah, the slow smokes are just gonna lock you down, especially in the early game. Like, they have three slow smokes. How are you gonna run out?
So I guess when you get slow smoke, all you need to do is accept your death.
Yeah. I mean, if you don't have anything to get out, just accept it.
Yeah, just accept it right there, and the bees are off. This is coming into the favor of AFR. Rice can't even contest it right now. You see, Dan is with Wigglytuff. Meanwhile, on the side of Rice, they are still a cute Jigglypuff, cute but not very useful right now.
I think they're really abusing the fact that Dan already has access to Sing, while Zell does not, and utilizing this opportunity to have the Sing just going in and stealing the objectives before Rice can get it. That's gonna really put a dampener on their EXP. Like, look at this,
Yeah.
it's gone, it's gone.
This is such a good play on the side of AFR, right? Because for a Pokemon to level up, they actually need to.
Yeah, they have to hit a minimal level.
Yeah, they have to last hit a minion, or sorry, a wild Pokemon before they.
I mean, they're
able to
practically
level up,
minions at this point. And like what you said, the Gossifleur and now the Wigglytuff's a Wigglytuff, but the Gossifleur is still a Gossifleur, and if she doesn't, if he's not able to evolve to Eldegoss in time, there's not gonna be much.
No, not like this, and he is just going to fall again right there, and then Death trying to make plays happen over here, but to no avail, and Zell is also going to fall, and this is turning up Aeos Fortress here again, but Miwa in a bit of trouble on the top side, manages to dash out to safety for a little bit, and now he is the one that does the defense.
Well, it seems that Aeos Fortis Regis is also kind of winning the top lane by a huge margin. Like, look,
Dev.
we don't have a Serena.
Dev right there, Dev, my boy, you are just unfortunate over there. Bees are going to go into AFR's pocket, and Dreadnought is going to be up in the next 5 seconds. AFR is the first to arrive at the scene. Look at the rotations by Miva. This is going to be so fast and such, and I would assume that a huge fight is going to break out over here, and over here AFR is just going to start with the Dreadnought rather easily. Over here just gets absolutely deleted. Death trying to run for the hills, but to no avail. He just gets caught out. Bongo C still relatively healthy, but look at that. He gets absolutely
close combat.
in a second. Yeah, look at how much damage there is right there, and this is everything is going in favor of AFR. They are not a top team for no reason.
Wigglytuff being in the right position right there, and then getting the Sing and putting them all to sleep while the close combat. Oh my, can we just appreciate the damage on this man?
Yeah, look at this damage, and Miva, no, and the aura cannon tries to come out, but to no avail. You know what? Over there, you overextended, man. You know it, I know it. Meanwhile, Death is overextending a little bit. Kiwi trying to take him down, but he doesn't have any form of CC to actually stop him from going, and the Verdant's anger comes down. Eldegoss forced to pop his Unite move right there. And the fight breaks out. Look at all the shields that are coming down. Kansai is going to be the first to fall in this skirmish, and Xenos is brought down low. He's going to fall right there. Next, Bongo C is going to fall also. He is brought down so low, and he tries to survive for as long as possible, but it is just not possible. And over here, Aeos can actually take the Rotom for free, while Miva tries to zone out the rest of Rice.
Now, I see the concept that they were going for over there. They were really trying to pick off the Greninja, and picking him off is going to put a really great boost for the side of Rice. But you can't just start a team fight under their goal zone while you are under-leveled as well. They're going to have access, like, sure, you may have Unites, you may have the Body Barrier, but they're going to have that as well. Plus, they're going to have the shield from the goal zone, so that's just going to make it twice as hard to fight.
Yeah, so you can't just pick up Greninja, and Greninja is so mobile. He has double teams out of there, and there's nothing that you can do, and this is just going to be wasted. The Dreadnought is up yet again. They are pushing for a fight. AFR coming in, and look at the healing and the shields. Everybody, Aura Cannon has been popped off. Nobody gets hit over here, and Rice is turning the tide right here. Look at how low everybody's being brought. Death finally putting in so much work. The extreme speed just goes in so much damage, and Rice is able to actually start the Dreadnought. And this is starting to look like last game, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the pick they needed. Like, and the Verdant Angle
coming in the right side. Gets the Dreadnought over here close. That was a close steal there. Miva escaping, trying to run for the hills, trying to escape with his life, but it's slowed. Kansai is pushing him back with the grassy slide, and over here, another fight breaks out. Everybody on AFR is brought down low quick, so Greninja, all of you are out of here. Meanwhile, Kiwi is trying to stay alive for as long as possible. And look at how much healing there is at the start of the fight. He was very low. Xenos running for the hills, trying to stay alive for as long as possible. Zell, no dice. He was put to sleep over here. Bongo C trying to zone out for Zell Eldegoss for as long as possible. And I honestly can't tell who came out of this fight. I want to say that Rice.
Okay, I'm gonna say that Rice managed to profit off this one because the Dreadnought managed to equalize the levels. If we can see, both of them actually on pretty even grounds now. But for the team fight, they didn't manage to break down that bottom goal. So I guess in the end, the profit still really went to Rice because nobody actually died on their side.
There were a few kills on the side of Rice actually.
The action was so intense that my frames just dropped.
Same over here. But you know what? AFR is now able to take the Rotom, and with Dreadnought spawning in about 50 seconds, this Rotom can be used to push. And
but I think it's a little bit too early though, because the timer hasn't really hit the 2-minute mark. So even if that Rotom goes in, that's not really going to be a double point score for them.
Okay, yeah, I guess so. But over here, Rice
finally broken.
breaks down the first tier of AFR, and Xenos pays for it with his life.
I guess it's kind of worth, like, you finally broke the goal, and that's going to make contesting the Dreadnought, if they're going to get that fight soon, I think it's going to start soon. It's going to make it a bit easier since they don't have access to the shields.
Yeah, so over here, Dan is caught out, gets pushed back, and he just falls right there, and then they are not even going to bother with the Dreadnought because Zapdos is now live. Dreadnought would have just despawned, and Rice, zero hesitation, decides to just go in for the Zapdos, forcing AFR to come in. The Verdant Angle coming down. Bongo C running around, dealing damage, and Quickso popping his Unite move over here, and the Aura Cannon goes wide, doesn't hit anybody. Everybody manages to escape out. The Starlight Recital comes in. So much healing and so much shields, but to no avail. Greninja is still going to fall over here. Dan is the next to fall right there, and then Kiwi is trying to stay alive. Dev, sliver of health, running for the hills, and he still lives. Quickso is dropped dead. Is dropped right there, and this is going to go in favor of Rice over here. They can start the Zapdos if they want, but you know what? Bongo C was trying to
no, Bongo!
Dunk, but no, he gets popped by Greninja right there, and over here Zapdos, this is so close. This is still very much anybody's game over here.
They need Bongo. They need Bongo's Petal Dance.
They need Bongo to stay alive they need Bongo to deal the damage as much as possible.
It doesn't matter!
Oh, right side. They get the Zapdos, but you know what? It doesn't matter. They still need to process it all in, and Kansai with the Storm dealing so much damage. Dan is a sliver of health away, and he gets finished off by Kansai, and Kansai is running for the hills, trying to remain alive for as long as possible, but no, Kiwi is there to stop him, and look at that. Rice is breaking the goals down with 20 seconds to go. Over here, this is such a close match. Meanwhile, AFR is pushing in with another 100 coming in from Kiwi, but I think this is going to go on the side of Rice.
That was honestly such a close match. Anybody could have taken the Zapdos. I thought when Bongo perished over there, I thought it would be the end, because Petal Dance at that level is going to cover so much area, and the damage that he's going to do is just going to be insane. And without that damage, it's just going to be a little bit harder to take the team fights. But it just goes to show it doesn't matter who wins the fight or does the most damage. It just matters on who grabs that last hit. And if everybody from the side of Rice just went in one direction, it could have spelled doom for them. As we saw, everybody's health was so low. AFR could have easily picked off every single one of them. But they did go for the split. And with Lucario going for the bottom, Serena going for the top, but ultimately not managing to dunk it in. But Wigglytuff was there. Dan was good. Dan was at the correct place, and he went in, dunked in another 100. And although Venusaur on the side of AFR did manage to dunk in another 100, there just wasn't enough time for a counterplay.
Yeah, I would say this was crazy. Okay, I didn't know what was going to happen. I thought that after they wiped R got wiped out, they were going to actually Rice was going to start a Zapdos, melt it down, and then proceed to actually just win the game. But that was not the case because AFR managed to regroup and the fight was just so chaotic. Everybody was popping off their Unite moves and everybody was trying to stay alive. But you know what, like you said, in the end, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who won the fight as long as they last hit, which was what Rice did, and they did a good job of cleaning up.
Well, honestly, that last fight before Zapdos, where everybody used every single Unite move, that was so critical for them. Rice, they were trying so hard to pick off Greninja and the Lucario because they know that those two have really, really great last hit potentials. Like, you know, with actually, can we take a look at the movesets of them? If it's possible.
I guess. Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah.
Yes. As look at that, we have the close combat on the side of Miva, which we saw dealt so much damage, and Surf on the side of ERAS. And Surf is really good at dealing all those like last hit resets, and it's also really, really good at last hitting objectives as well. So removing those two Pokemon from the fight is going to be so crucial for them. And that's exactly what they did. And the moment they were taken out, all right, let's go. They just went. They realized that their objectives were met, and everybody else was just like, you know, if we get them, we get them. And they just managed to get their win condition, saw the win condition, and started the zap straight away.
Yeah,
but you know, they died. Sorry, they perished afterwards.
So that was quite the insane fight. You know, it was really shaping up like game one. Rice was behind for the most part of the game, and then there was that tipping point, especially I think it was around Dreadnought there.
Oh yes, the equalizer. That was so beautiful. They got rid of the Greninja, which was the kill which was like, you know, the pick that they needed. And once they got that pick, all right, it's turtle time.
All right, so now we are going to take a short break. And thank you, Cake, for joining us.
It was fun. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, and so we'll be taking a short break, and when we return, we will show you even more Pokemon Unite games. So guys, we will see you guys. Bye.
Bye bye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Sea Community Invitational. And with me, I'm Hearthsono, and with me today we have my Indo brother from another mother, Davey. How you doing, man? He's
Yeah,
returned
another
after the first game. Yep.
I see. Yep, I'm ready to see this amazing game. The fifth round, I think, yeah. And this is going to be a very amazing game. I'm pretty sure. Since like everything is already done, like four games for both teams, they already know the games is going to be something, and they know that they want to show each other how much strong they have become after 4 rounds.
Yep, after 4 rounds, if you're not warmed up, I honestly have no comments for you. I don't know how you're gonna get even more warmed up, but this is now we are at round 5, and this is coming to a climactic end. Actually, the group stage is coming to a climactic end, and coming up we have PKK Unite versus No Lucario, with No Lucario coming in with a 4-0 scoreline, a perfect scoreline, and PKK Unite coming in with a 2-2 scoreline. So I would say that in this case, PKK Unite is the underdog, but there's a big but here. Just because they are the underdogs doesn't mean that they can win. They can't win this series.
I mean, everything can happen in a game, okay? Like, there's a comeback mechanism already set for you.
Hello? Stevie?
Like, with the
Is it me? Stevie, my man? I seem to have lost him.
those game. Hello?
Hello?
Am I back?
Hello? Okay. Stevie? Yes. I totally missed out your entire point of the comeback mechanic. I'm sorry, man, but yeah. So in internet quality, guys, this is what happens when you have an online cast as compared to an offline cast.
Yeah, I think like some simple issue can make the game really turn around the table so many times. But I think that team No Lucario is still unbeatable. They are going to be very, very strong in this matchup, and I think that they are going to show. And this is it. The game.
Oh, am I finally seeing this right? I'm finally seeing a Garchomp getting picked. For those of you who do not know, okay, my favorite
Yes.
Pokemon in Pokemon Unite is Garchomp. Anybody that has heard me cast before or knows me in the community knows me as like the Garchomp guy, you know. And I am finally seeing Garchomp here on the side of PKK Unite, you know. Garchomp, as you guys know, has been recently adjusted. So over here,
I think it's a big buff for me, man. Not only adjusted, but it's such a huge buff for our boy Garchomp here. And seems like Raite say no. Come on, Raite. Why you gotta change our boy Garchomp like that?
Well, you know what? They are here to win, and so if Wraith, I know Wraith. I have seen him play Absol, and he is absolutely a nightmare to play against. You see?
Yeah, I've met them many times at Ranked, and they are going to destroy us every single time at the Ranked match, man. They are so strong, and their communication is really good. Every team fights, they're already decked by 5 heroes. Like you can handle them one by one.
Yeah, you see, like, so I've seen Wraith before. He jumps into 1v3 situations like there is no issues whatsoever, and he comes out alive. Okay, so that is honestly the magic of Wraith, and I am honestly very much looking forward to his performance as Absol as much. Ooh, this is interesting. He is going to the top side while Tini is actually going into the jungle.
Only solo Absol, I don't really think it's really good for the matchup if against like Lucario or Serena, but we can see that it's our boy Garchomp at the top lane, so I think that the Absol is going to manage some errands for himself as well at the top lane.
Yeah, so I mean, you can bully out the Gabite, right? As soon as he turns into a Gabite, and there's a bit of a skirmish here coming in, and NL is just getting absolutely deleted here. They are trading in for a bit, and just in time, Blissey comes online, and Balloon is going to live to fight another day.
Yeah, it seems like Team PKK Unite trying to show that they are not the underdog here. They can show that they can manage to shut down every single time No Lucario is showing to give them so much pressure. And you can see that the top lane here.
Yeah, over here, look at Wraith. He is forced to retreat while the topside Rebongs is cleaning up the beast. He was actually a pretty good distraction right there and then, you know, because he was actually able to... He distracted the rest of the team while Rebongs cleaned up on the beast.
But at the bottom lane,
wait,
you can see
look at
bottom
that.
lane.
Oh no, NL. This is not a good color on you guys. Okay, this is everybody is just dying left. It's just falling left and right on the side of No Lucarios at the beginning over here. Nightmare Fox is in a bit of trouble. He's brought down low Balloon, trapped between 3 people, but Elder Ghost manages to get a pick right there, and then Zenfora running for the hills, trying to escape as much as possible, but the slow field, no, and Shark, no, that's not going to happen at all.
It's the advantage all lost. Just like that, No Lucario show how strong they are as a team once again.
Yeah, they can be playing on the back foot, but it doesn't matter as long as they find those kills. Wraith in a bit of trouble, but he just needs the shield and he is back in action. But he wisely actually retreated over there because he saw Absol on the side of PKK Unite.
Yeah, I think that he saw from the minimap and from the teammate said like Absol is nowhere, man. You gotta turn back. Seems like they're going to top for sure, and seems like at the bottom lane is going to be a huge war there. Already rotation from the 4 heroes from both teams.
Yep, and bees are spawning over here. They are, I would say, roughly even right now, but the the smoke has been popped, and Wigglytuff is going to fall despite the slow smoke coming down right there. And 5 seconds left. Dreadnought is coming in, and over here Dark Hit brought out so low, and Rebox just cleans up with that hyper beam.
Man, so clean! That hyper beam is so clean.
That was so good on the side of No Lucarios over here, but the Dreadnought. For a second, I was kind of sweating right there. Zenfora running for the hills, trying to escape as much as possible, and Shark is still in trouble. He manages to touch base, but there are still everybody's still hunting for him, and he is going to fall right there and then. Meanwhile, Balloon is on the top side, preparing for the Rotom fight.
Yeah, I think that Team PKK Unite really need to take this Rotom so fast. Like there's a rotation from Dragonite and Elder Ghost you can see from the minimap, and only left Venusaur at the bottom.
Oh no, not like this! Not like this, and the shields get popped by Elder Ghost, by Balloon, and they are keeping him alive for as long as possible. The Draco Impact comes in. Dragonite staying alive for as long as possible, but he survives with a sliver of health. He Draco Impacts in and still manages to get out right there. Rotom. But you know what? Instead of Dragonite falling, Absol is going to fall to Rebounds instead. Rotom is pushing in a little bit, but you are not going to see any form of pressure on the side of PKK Unite for now.
It seems like they really need to try to farm now. Like they're left behind from the level, from the threat now. And of course, like the rotation from both teams Lucario, really good to make sure that the objective is not going to make the point difference getting much different.
Yeah,
Smart.
exactly. You see, so over here is very good by the side of NL. You know, they had a bit of suspicious plays at the beginning, but they got their act together. Just as I said that, Balloon is in a bit of trouble, put between 3 people, but he is so fat over here that the rest of his team is able to buy enough time to support him with Dreadnought coming in the next 15 seconds. No Lucario is just lurking at the bot side. They're trying to prepare for Dreadnought as fast as possible. Look at Rebongs just hiding in the bush right there, and Sana just getting a bit of a poke. Before the full fight actually breaks out, and zero hesitation. No Lucario starting this out right away, and look at Absol popping up his Unite, and that's a steal! That's a steal by PKK Unite, and they are going to clean up on the side Lord Lucario, and they have to run for the hills for as much as possible. But there is no stopping Night Fox. Look at Night Fox, he's dropped so low, but he finally falls. But not after he wreaked havoc, and Shark is just going to get absolutely destroyed. So I would say that, you know, there was a bit of advantage, but no Lucario still manages to turn it around.
Yeah. I think like even though they got the second red now, but seems like the Absol from Team PKK unit back to base immediately to secure the Rotom at the top side, and seems like no Lucario sees that the opportunity to make the shutdown to the Garchomp.
Yeah, so over there was so much. Oh no, Rebox, you're getting caught out, bro. But you know what, Balloon is right here to back him up, get him out, and they lose the Rotom, sure. But as long as they don't lose anybody else, the Rotom may not be able to be effective to push.
But seems like they are going to the bottom lane. You can see the rotation. 4 Pokemon from Team PKK unit goes to the bottom lane to secure that first tower now.
Yeah, they are still trying to pop that first tower, you know, and Zapdos is going to be up in about another 1 minute 20 seconds. The disparity in terms of points is not very much, but even in terms of levels is not much, honestly.
Yeah, I think that it's going to be. Yeah, I think it's going to be point flip for Zapdos for Team PKK Unite. Like, it's the only chance to get back to catch up to the point score of Team No Lucario for this game.
Yeah, I mean, this game all comes down to the Zapdos. Wraith did get popped a bit by Team PKK Unite, but you know, it doesn't matter. Dreadnought is back here, and Night and Foxy is trying to get the points in, the sneaky points, but to no avail over here, and he is going to pay for it with his life. Look at the pursuit coming in, and so much healing by Night Foxy. He's trying to stay alive. Dark hit. Can you save him? No. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Dark Hit gets on the top side, Dark Hit gets absolutely obliterated. Elder Goss is going to be the next to fall over here, and Zapdos coming up in 10 seconds, while the rest of PKK Unite is hiding in the brush, trying to find a pick.
Okay, they're not starting it for Team No Lucario. They still show some respect to Team PKK that they can steal the objective, since like they got the second red now and second.
Balloon is coming in. He pops his Unite move right there. The Draco Impact comes down. The Petal Dance, everything is coming. And look at that, everybody is brought down solo on PKK Unite. The Garchomp Outrage misses, but he actually dies. And over here, this is going to be a free Rotom, a free Zapdos on the side of Lucario. Oh, that was so close. That was so close, but no, Dark Hit is not going to get that last hit.
And I think that this is going to close it. That Team No Lucario get the Zapdos, free score for them. Like, there's no stopping them for now. The point level, the objective, they got it all for Team No Lucario.
Yeah, they have a minute 5 seconds left for PKK Unite to make a miracle happen. They are a 600 point deficit, and Night Foxy is trying to stay alive for as long as possible, trying to stay in the fight, but to no avail over here. Zenfora is going to be the next to fall right there, and Elder Goss is going to fall also, and everybody on the side of No Lucario is just out for blood at this point, because once you clear out everybody on the opposing team, you're able to just score points. And look at that surrender over here, and this is such a dominant game for No Lucario.
I think it's really a one-sided game from Team No Lucario. They show how they are unbeatable till this point, and they show that even though you got the second red now, you got the Rotom in the top lane, but when the team fights come, they can show you that they can do anything to make sure that enemy team is already shut down for the Zapdos.
Yeah, you see, that was such a strong display from No Lucario. I mean, that was a bit of a suspicious plays when in the early game where they got picked off a few times, but they managed to recover from that. They knew that all they had to do was just farm up and keep crowning healthy, and he will deal all the damage. And look at Reebok's 90,000 damage dealt. Yeah, so
if Hyper Beam is nerfed, I don't think so. You can see the damage dealt from this Dragonite, 19,000.
Honestly, I don't think the Hyper Beam nerf was enough. I saw how many percent was it nerfed? It was only nerfed about 4%.
And what about our Garchomp? What do you think Garchomp's doing at this game, man?
Honestly, as much as I don't like to say it, it felt like Garchomp wasn't very impactful because I know that Garchomp is supposed to be a late game carry, but even in the late game, everybody else just overtook him on the side of no Lucario, and he just went in and he was not able to come back at all.
Yeah, I think the mobility from the Garchomp is really need to be buffed once again. Like, even though he can deal so much damage, but he's really slow in himself. Like the movement, and even though that the stun is there from the dig and the earthquake, but you can still run away from it from your mobility from the.
Hello, Stevie. Stevie.
Like really hard.
Yeah. Wait. What? I would say that. Yeah. So even with the mobilities that Garchomp has, it was still not enough with the new mobility buffs, and everybody, like you said, is able to escape. At the same time, even if you don't have CC, you still have slow smoke.
Yeah, the new slow smoke is really good to stop your enemy team from going to wreck havoc, right? You can't do any rampage when that slow smoke is on. You gotta run away.
Yeah, so I would say, as much as I like Garchomp, objectively speaking, not a pick.
Yeah, but I think like the Team PKK unit show that they can do some damage to Team No Lucario. Like Team No Lucario is not really invincible. That they can get loose if they're not careful there. But the team fight, they're really solid still. That from the Team No Lucario show, like if you wanna do team fight for me, you gotta show something even more impressive from Team PKK Unite.
Yeah, for sure. You see Wraith just darting around everywhere, and then he just puts people in the ground. You see, there's so much damage that they can do. Meanwhile, we are back to game number 2, ladies and gentlemen, with PKK Unite banning the Venusaur. Meanwhile, they are banning no Lucarios are banning the Wigglytuff.
Okay, interesting. Like, so I think this is going to be the first time if they're going to choose Slowbro here. Like, Slowbro, he got so much damage from that CC Surf and the telekinesis if he's going to use that, and so that the team No Lucario is going to make sure they are going to run away from this Slowbro because he can stop your hero so many times with his skills.
Yeah, so Slowbro is a good. I mean, I would say that this is a rather CC heavy pick comp, right? With the Pikachu, with the Slowbro, and then the rest of the team are just there to deal as much damage to all of these targeted picks.
Yeah, you can see that from the Pikachu there, they are going to secure the early game with him, and Charizard. I think Charizard is going to jungle against Dragonite, but I still think Dragonite is still going to do some more damage from Charizard, but you can see that the Lucario here and the Slowbro is going to make sure that the damage is still manageable for Team PKK to make the Team No Lucario get enough pressure for them.
Yeah, for sure. Lucario is there for the early game, right? They have, and of course, you know, like I like to always say, the best Lucario counter is you are just the better Lucario player.
Yeah. You can't beat Lucario if you don't use Lucario yourself. I think it's true, man.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, just play Lucario, outskill your opponent, and eventually you win. But interestingly, it's not Lucario versus Lucario, it's Lucario versus Sarina.
Sarina at the top lane. So No Lucario is at the bottom lane here against Slowbro.
Yeah, against...
Hey, you go.
Yeah, it's rather interesting, isn't it? And Balloon pops his slow smoke over here. Zenfora is brought down. Health a bit low over here. There is a bit of a skirmish, and Zenfora is just separated from his team trying to escape, but nope, Sana is just going to clean that up.
Yeah, once again, the bottom lane is really going to be so much war once again, but at the top lane here, you can see.
Yeah, over here, I mean, Sarina is just getting kind of bullied, right? Because interestingly, Wraith is not on the Absol, he is on the Elder Gods. And I just realized as I said that there is no Absol.
Yep, they are going to use that Lucario as the main carry at the bottom lane, using Blissey and Elegance to make sure that Lucario is farm enough to get his power.
Yep. Speaking of, they just have to keep him alive, and Lucario Sana will carry the game. So that is all that no Lucario actually has to do for now, and Sana will carry the game. Look at him dashing in, gets immobilized, escapes with a sliver of his health, but he runs to safety while the rest of his team kills for him Balloon and Wraith.
Okay, seems like PKMN Unite get so much pressure to Team No Lucario and going to make sure that they can farm enough to win this team fight for their team.
Yeah, meanwhile, Night Foxy is getting a bit pressured on the on the top side, but there is Zanfora. It's just going to keep falling down, and the Gossifleur is just so sad. It always remains as a Gossifleur for a while.
There's so much war against like top lane, like bottom lane. There's already war everywhere. Like they're going to give so much pressure for this team No Lucario, especially to Reborn, since like he's the main carry for the damage here.
Yeah, look at Rebongs. He's struggling to, just as I said that he destroys Charmeleon and Lucario got beat over there. This is actually starting to look up for no Lucario.
Yeah, I think like when we said that Reborn heard our talking about him and said, nope, I'm still the main damage dealer for the team No Lucario here. I'm going to make sure that my team is win every single team fight once again.
Yeah, over here the bees are spawning. It is going to go in favor of PKK Unite, and a fight is breaking out. Crowning, trying to find the angle. Balloon with a sliver of health over here, and the Dreadnought is going to spawn. No Lucario just starting it out, zero hesitation, because they know that they can win this fight. Crowning coming in, and no! Dreadnought got stolen, just as I said, and Reebok is going to fall. Balloon is trying to escape, but Dark Hit is not going to let him go at all, and he gets popped.
Okay, Pikachu from Team PKK Unit show us that I'm the carry too, man. You can count me out. I have so much damage. I can steal the objective for the Dreadnought for my team, and I'm going to make sure.
No, Crowning. Yes, and he lives. Nope, never mind. I spoke too soon. The Aura Cannon pops him, and Night Foxy is sliver of health, but he refuses. He refused to fall instead, and instead he's going to take Balloon, pop him like a balloon right there. Rebongs is brought down rather low, and over here he is not able to make a comeback at all. This is not looking good for no Lucario at all. This is looking to be the opposite of what is happening in game 1. And speaking of, Wraith is immobilized right there, and he is trying to escape, but to no avail, and PKK Unite gets everything right here right now.
Yeah, I think they really know how to shut down Team No Lucario from the team fight. Like, they know that they're not really online, especially from that Dragon Knight. He's still really
Balloon,
slow.
slip of health. Nope, never mind. Night Foxy is going to kill. Is going to pop Sana right there. He pops the Aura Cannon, but there is no target. It goes wide.
Oh, not going for that 20 points. He's going to keep that tower at the bottom lane. I think he's going for 50 from this Pikachu. He don't want only 20 points, because we can see already PKK Unite advantage at the points and at the level for this game. They can win this game for sure, man.
Yeah, so over here, this Dreadnought fight is going to be crucial for the side of no Lucario, because they need the levels, they need the points, and of course they need to win the fight. And look at that, Sana goes in, popping his abilities right there. Crowning just going in with the grassy slide, and over here Shark buying time, putting Rebongs in a state of not being able to do anything right there. And over here, look at that Dreadnought getting by no Lucario over here, and no, but they lose the fight right there over here. But the fight's not over yet, folks. There are still people fighting. Crowning over here, trying to stay alive for as long as possible. Sana having to run for the hills after he sees his teammates actually dropping right there. Rebongs is still out for the chase. Dragon Knight is still not done yet. The Dragon Dance comes in, dealing so much damage. Oh! Pikachu just gets absolutely deleted over here. Balloon coming in with the save, keeping Rebongs alive for as long as possible. Night Foxy trying to run away, trying to stay alive for as long as possible. But he is cornered by 3 people. Can he actually escape? But no! He tries to dash through. Night Balloon survives with a slip of his health, and no Lucario takes this for the total win.
Oh my god, like the war is going on for so long. Like the Blitzy managed to get back on our feet and trying to help his team once again. And even though they get the Dreadnought, they get punished, but they punish back once again. Like the war is already going for too long, man, for Team No Lucario to win this.
Yeah, so that's what happens when Rebongs is online, right? He just deals so much damage, and look at Crowning also now level 12. She's prepared to actually come in with the triple axle, with the grassy slide, you know, and they are going to be more formidable. Meanwhile, on the side of PKK Unite, they're running out of time with the Pikachu getting weaker every second.
Yeah, we can see that Pikachu is always going to be slowed down at the late game, and we already with the slow bro, with the damage is already reduced, so they really need to catch up with Team No Lucario with the level, especially with their core, right? If they want to win the team fight.
Do you see the Hyper Beam? Do you see how much damage the Hyper Beam dealt?
Yeah, man, Gary.
Yeah, and speaking of Hyper Beams, Zenfora was in a bit of trouble. He was forced to pop his Unite right there. And here, the Dreadnought is going to be free for no Lucario over here.
Yeah, I think Team PKK Unit going to let this go since like they're losing at levels. Like they need to make sure they are going to stay healthy, 5 of them, and ready to take Zapdos any given time immediately.
Yeah, and Zapdos will be up in the next 15 seconds. Both teams are posturing up. Look at that with PKK Unite hiding in that brush, you know. I like their positioning. They are so tight together that if someone were to face check that bush, they would just straight up get deleted over here. The Zapdos has spawned, and no Lucario is starting it. They are trying to bait a fight right now, and PKK Unite has no choice but to take the fight over here. The Aura Cannon goes wide, doesn't really hit anybody. And look at that, no Lucario is trying to stay alive for as long as possible, and the health bars are dropping, but nobody has fallen. Never mind, just as I said, everybody one by one falls on the side of PKK Unite, and this is going to be a sweep on the side of no Lucario, and they are easily able to take the Zapdos, running for the base as fast as possible now, and trying to knock open every single one of the base. No, Pikachu is just going to get deleted right there, and this is going to be the last goal with 1 minute 15 seconds remaining. No Lucario is so far ahead. Look at that, the grassy slide is able to let Crowning go in with another 100, and Sana gets popped, but it doesn't matter. He gets revenged by no Lucario. Meanwhile, everybody is just going to stay at PKK Unite's base. The Unite's Draco Impact has been popped over here. They're all just trying to score as much goals as possible. Look at that, a 650 score lead right now. Wraith is running for the hills, but it doesn't matter. All he needs to do is that he just needs to keep Dark HP occupied for the next 30 seconds or so. Meanwhile, Pikachu trying to get Rebongs, but Rebongs is in a bit of trouble. But you know what? He's a Dragon Knight now. He's able to fight. And look at that, the Draco Impact comes in, and he just manages to dunk. You see, it turned from he was cornered to just Draco Impact and dunk, and that is just 3 points for the side of no Lucario. Meanwhile, Sana is just trying to stay alive and fight and poking them out, preventing anybody from getting any points with the countdown coming in, and this is just going to be in favor of no Lucario. That was such an insane game.
Yeah, even though Team PKK Unit managed to give a little bit of fight, but Team No Lucario still going so solid for the team fight, man. I thought they are left behind when they lose the Dreadnought at the bottom lane first, but somehow they managed to take that back, the advantage, especially the level for Rebong. He showed him that he is still the main damage dealer from Team No Lucario. We can see that.
Yeah, so there's so much damage, you see. Lucario, I mean, they were in a bit of dire straits at the beginning. Nothing was going right for them, but they managed to take the Dreadnought, they managed to take the fights, they got everybody together, and that made all the difference.
Yeah, the PKK, or I think PKK got for the early game. Like they give pressure to Rebongs, they managed to shut down every single Pokemon at the bottom lane. They take the first objective, but somehow they slip down. They let Rebong farming once again and take that to the with that Dragonet Hyper Beam to make sure you can see from the damage from that Lucario, man, 106,000 damage.
Yeah, Night Foxy was putting in so much work, but it was not enough. You see, Rebongs and Sana, their damage is not as high, but they are still rather close. And you see over here, this is just going, and this is why eventually, no Lucario actually won.
They're just too solid, man, for the team fight. I already said this before. Like, if you want to team fight Team No Lucario, you're going to make sure that you're shutting down the main damage dealer from them. But no, the support from their team is really really good to make sure their carry is up and going to make sure that the team fight is going to Team No Lucario once again.
Yeah, so there was so much damage going around, and of course there was Wraith and Balloon keeping the rest of the team alive. And yeah, so No Lucario has just had a dominant showing from the start with a clean 5-0 in the group stage. They're probably going to qualify for the playoffs, and so I guess congratulations to No Lucario, and we are going to go for a break right now. Any last words, Stevie?
I think we're going to see Team No Lucario at the upper bracket, and I think at least semi-final, man. I'm pretty sure.
All right. This is so when we return, we are going to go in with new casters. So I won't be around anymore. So I will see you guys next time. Bye.
Hello everyone! Welcome back to, of course, the Sea Community Invitational Pokemon Unite Tournament. Once again, I'm your caster, Nyterra. It's been a long day for me, and I think, same for you, right, Stavey?
Yeah, I've been to 3 games before, and this is going to be my
Yeah.
4th game to cast, man. It's been
And
a long game.
This is gonna be our last game as well. I mean, for both of us, it's gonna be our last game, right?
Yeah,
So-
for the day. I mean, for the day, man.
Yeah, and we've got one last amazing lineup for you, and that is, of course, the team of Team XDT versus Team War. Right?
Yeah.
So, War is from Vietnam, XDT is from Brunei. This is gonna be an interesting one to see, for sure. We've got
Yep.
a lot of picks and bans here already, and do you want to go through us the bans that we've gotten?
Yep, I can see that Team War already banned Dragon Knights, and seems like it's going to
Okay.
be Team XDT ban Blissey.
Even more surprising than a Dragonite, but I can see this. Dragonite, once again, a very strong pick, throughout the meta. Even after it was banned, it still packs quite the punch, so to speak. And Blissey, one of the more tankier supports, more frontline. I can see why you would want to ban that. So, yeah, I think this is going to be an interesting way to end off the day. And maybe if we can get into the game soon, that would be great. But what are your thoughts so far for the entire day of like all these games?
Hey, for the entire day, I've been seeing many different Pokemon. Like, we seen Machamp, we Garchomp. Like, I really like these teams, man. And we can see that Machamp is going to be on this game as well. With that Ninetales, first time Ninetales in this tournament.
Ah, that would be interesting. Ninetales has always been a character that I kind of like to play on the side. It does a lot of damage if you know what you're doing. Especially if you go for a more damage burst build. So like Dazzling Gleam into Blizzard is like my go-to. I don't know about some of you at home, but we'll see. But can we talk about a few things first? An Absol versus a Talonflame is going to be quite a messy fight, Who goes fly first, who gets the big damage in? Will it be Absol hitting really hard before the fly comes out, or will fly come in to just completely negate the damage?
Hey, I still think that Cinderace is going to take the jungler, man. So it's going to be Cinderace against Talonflame. Meanwhile, Absol is going to be top lane against Lucario. What do you think?
I think it's the other way around. I believe Absol or Charizard will be in the jungle, due to Charizard's short range, Absol's short range, and Cinderace, on the other hand, will be in the lane because he has more range, right? He doesn't have to commit. But we will see.
The battle item once again, Slow Smoke, man. It's been very popular today.
Not just popular, but really strong. I've seen a few combos with it, and I think Wigglytuff with the Slow Smoke is currently one of the most picked combos right now. So I can't wait to see that. But with Slow Smoke on Lucario, you might see close combat as well.
Yep, the build from the close combat and slow smoke giving you so much damage and also a life steal. That you know that close combat giving you a life back from that skill, right?
Yeah, exactly. And it's insane how much is healing at the moment. We're gonna have to take a look more. So I'm still not a firm believer of close combat. So maybe War here can prove me otherwise.
Told you, man, Cinderace going jungler, man.
And can we also talk about 2-1-2 combination? It's not a 1-1-3 like War here. And already it looks like it is a very oppressive lane at bot here. War is almost going to clear them out. But thankfully, going back into there for the berries.
That is really dangerous for Team XDT, man. It's only Charmander and Wiggly at the bottom lane.
But don't speak too soon. Almost going down there, friends. And Jackie, you are very low. You want to just take it out here. Get out of that fight. Heal up and go in. You don't want to walk back in, Charmander. You're just a Charmander. Stay there before you go out of the fort because it looks like the Elder Gods goes in for the auto. Clears it out. Jackie is the last one to remain. I don't think Jackie can actually hold it on his own. So you want to walk out again and wait for a Charmander. Once again, very, very bad overall at the bot lane here with Wall coming out on top, which means they are more postured for Beast.
Yeah, and I think that Team War, they're going to make sure that their Ninetales get enough level so that they can still do much damage at the late game. But you can see that Talonflame, man.
Yeah, it's definitely doing work and they're putting in the effort in. And once again, as I'm saying that, the effort is shown to bear fruit here as the Wigglytuff does go down. But at the very least, we're looking at level-wise, doesn't look like Absol is doing fantastic. It doesn't look like the Reboot here is like level 6 yet, compared to the Talonflame, who is slowly making his way up. But I think Celeste is out for the count here as he's a bit too deep in and Lucario comes him out. That's another attack wave coming in for Lucario and looks like Absol is going to try to pick him back off, but I don't think it's going to be possible. Maybe just take the monkey away so he doesn't get it.
And I think that Lucario is going to be. They're going only poking, and well, meanwhile at bottom lane, it's only Wigglytuff alone.
Oh wow, that is a very nice thing coming in from Jackie here. If they can capitalize on this, they might at least pick out the Wigglytuff with the Cinderace coming in right here. Oh, the Eldegoss, come on! Can you pick the Eldegoss at the very least? Nicely done. A nice engage here by Kobe Max here, and now we are going into the next B South Beast here. If they can do it by Talonflame coming in here, flying straight in, going for the big damage, and they're able to pop off a nice triple KO right here into another dunk. And this is fantastic. Think about it, right? If they're able to break this early, they can also ensure, like, you know, they're not going to do anything about it because Charmander is stuck at level 4. But we also get free set of Bees here, which Lucario can take versus Absol. And also, his bot side already won before, right? So nothing to say there.
And it's so much pressure for Team XDT, man. They lose bottom lane, they lose top lane, they lose every lane, and the level gap is getting much increased by the seconds for here.
Very much so, because they already started Dreadnought. I think hope is lost here. You don't want to commit to this. Start farming out. Then you might have a chance. Because it looks like that is going down here. Talonflame taking that off. And I think, you know, they've understood the situation, alright? They're going, alright, we're going to just farm up here. And they're going to try and take whatever small picks they can at most. Because if the Talonflame comes in like that, closing it out on the Absol.
Yeah, you can see that the camera show that it's only Charmander by 7 minutes in. I never seen that Charmander like by this minutes, man. It's already at least Charmeleon by now, and it seems like objective-wise, Team War managed to get both for the first objective as well.
Nicely done, nicely done. War is going to need to try and pull up their backs here, and maybe you can tell me what else they can do differently in order to, you know, come back from this.
Yeah, I think that Team XDT is really need to group up as themselves, and you can see here at the top lane, bro.
Yeah, exactly, as they completely dominate there once again and they're pushing it. I'm telling you, War is really out for blood, just like their namesake, right? You want to see bloodshed in War, and they're going to show it to you as they come in the Flame Sweep, clearing them out, and now they're going to go for fat dunks here. Another 50 coming in here if they can do it, but no. No score sheet means they're backing out, but it looks like War's Eldegoss here, Sweet, might be out for the count here if the Lucario can't save him. But no, the massive... Whoa, the massive close combat right there, clearing them out, and he's able to dunk a 16. That's actually insane. And Sweet now goes down for the count. But again, the close combat clearing another one. I think this is a triple KO now. And if no, you can't do it with Lucario, man. I don't know what else to tell you. That was a massive display of damage right there, and massacre Lucario did.
Yes, like you said, that the combo with the slow smoke, you can run anywhere, and that close combat is giving you so much damage. And of course, this Lucario already with attack wake at the top lane, he managed to get that attack wake stack full, I think, by now.
And right now, of course, that means that War is once again better positioned for Dreadnought. You know, and not only that, level-wise, I don't think you even want to take the fight. I think the best play here is a cross-map play, and they go for Rotom. What do you think?
Yeah, I think like Team XDT really need to make sure that they got the second objective of Rotom, but seems like they are not going to do that and going to be punished here, bro.
Exactly, and of course, punished they shall be. With only 2 of their teammates going out to a Rotom here, which is the Ninetales and the Charizard. Maybe they can make a play here. They didn't suffer too much casualties, so I don't know what. Wait, what's going on? Why did you stop scoring that? You should have just gone for the Broke here and ensure they got it. Because now the Lucario is going to fly in and do massive damage with the Talonflame's Brave Bird. And I think that is going to be it for the Charizard. There's no way he's going to live that if he doesn't walk out of here. And that is a wasted Unite move. With the Talonflame coming in once again, I think it's going to be safe to say that's a KO here. Flame Sweep coming in to clear Absol. And now they start the Rotom.
Like the rotation from Team War is really fast, man. They see that you're going to take the top tower, but seems like it's not going to be happening. Like the Lucario giving you so much damage, giving you so much pressure, and make sure you are going to be punished every single time.
Exactly, and look at that Talonflame there at level 14 when Absol's 11. There's nothing they can do against that Talonflame right now as it slowly but surely increases the much needed gap that they were trying to fix, right? Their levels slowly increasing bit by bit, but Talonflame instant up here. Level 14, level 13 Lucario, and look at them on the other side. stuck at about an average of 11. Sorry, an average of 10, by the way, which means they didn't even have their plus moves.
No, they're still using that default move. No upgrade for them, man. And the damage, of course, is going. Oh, but you see the bottom lane here?
Oh, that is nice. The Braver comes in, a nice KO like that, and of course, French is also going to go down. But can they go in for a triple KO here? I think it's likely possible if Dennis doesn't make out, and of course, he does not. And that means that the lone 2 survivors at top can't make any other play because of the Lucario just holding them out. And if they stay longer, who knows? Their team's going to rotate out and clear them out. Because Dreadnought is now starting, though, I don't think that's the case.
Yeah, I don't know what Team XDT can do now. Like, you want to go top, you get punished, you get to the bottom lane, you get punished once again. Every single time they're trying to take objective, they get punished every single time. And I think that they're going to coin flip with the Zapdos, and that is their only chance to win this game, man.
Rightfully so, rightfully so. With 19 seconds on the clock, I do believe their best play is, of course, just to wait for them to start it. Or wait for them to make a very bad play and capitalize on it, because War is levels ahead. They need some assistance if they want to actually make something work here. But look at the Sing coming in for the Wigglytuff. If he gets any more Sing stacks here, I think that would be a KO. But unfortunately, it looks like the Talonflame here closing up another 2 KOs here, and they're going to move in for that. If their Talonflame isn't seeking for blood, then rightfully so, because he's got to defend an objective.
Yeah, I think that it's really bad for Team XDT to let the Lucario only by himself at the top lane, because he can secure objective all by himself at the top lane. Meanwhile, the Absol and the Ninetales still equal level at the top lane and didn't do any enough damage for them.
So right here, we already see the massive struggle that they had to pick up. I don't think we can make this any more clear here, as War completely annihilates them, and maybe going for a 5 KO here if, you know, the Absol goes down next, and here we go. That is the Zapdos going in now. I don't think there's a steal possibly coming along, because Charizard's a bit stuck there. They just need to wait it out, and that is going to, of course, mean that looks like Zapdos is theirs. But I could be wrong here. Let's see how it goes. No, unfortunately, no. You know what? I'm sorry. No. XDT tried their best there, and that is not going to be enough as they tried to run in for something, but look at that. Sweets just unfortunately a bit too late.
Survive. Like, they can kill anyone. Oh, I mean, they can take down anyone, man. No hero from Team XDT can manage to punish Team War from doing anything they do. They can do anything they want from here, Team War. Like,
it's
the level.
Very green. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't really know how they can possibly come back here. It is about a 500 points, more than 500 points deficit. Plus, you are only 30 seconds on the clock and you're not all 50 points. I don't know how they can make this happen.
Yeah, it's really hard for them. I think they need to think for now and going to make sure that the second game later on they can give enough pressure for Team War, and they can't show any more mistakes like this first game with that 2-1-2 laning Absol and Ninetales at the top lane against Lucario.
And maybe that is true, because you know what? Absol and Ninetales?
Yeah,
Absol's
Ninetales.
one issue is that he's unable to catch up or run away. So having a nice character to help you slow them down so you can chase and catch up and also run away is a pretty good combo. You know what? Something that, you know, all of you at home can try and consider in your team comps. Just saying.
Yep, we can see that they're trying to do something. They want to make sure that Lucario cannot farm at the top lane. But no, it's Lucario, man. He can do whatever he wants. He gets so much damage, he gets so much mobility. Even though he got nerfed so many times, but still, he can make sure that top lane is going to be win all by himself. And meanwhile, bottom lane is the same. It's only Charmander and only Wigglytuff at the bottom lane. They can punish those two heroes any single time, man.
It is not easy for them to come out on top like that. With the 1-1-3 composition, you have one more extra Pokemon who's able to poke you down if they're not taking the any of the objectives. Like, you're not taking any Ordinos, you can just be hitting them and they can, like, if you don't steal it, just go for them, right?
Yeah, I think so too. Especially when the jungler is so much mobility, like the Talonflame. So the Team XDT really need to make sure we gotta win every single team fight, man. Because, you know, they can do objective faster than us, they can do mobility more than us, so we need to make sure we can win the team fight and we can punish every single move they make. But no, Team War is really good at the team fight, man.
So can you tell me what, you know, Team War would struggle against? Like, what is the play here for XDT to make that Team War would start to be like, okay, we gotta put in some more extra work? Can you tell me that?
I think they need to make sure that at least they win one lane, man. Because last game they really broken up at the top lane, at the bottom lane, and they got no late game hero. I think they want to make sure that Charizard is going to be online, but no, he's only a single hero at the bottom lane. That Wigglytuff cannot help him whatsoever, and I think that need to make sure only one hero against that Lucario at the top lane that can do at least farming and keep up with the level, and so that the jungling too can manage to help at the top lane and give more pressure to Team War so that they can win any single team fight too.
That's very insightful. And now, of course, the score is going to be 1-0 in favor of War
Team
here,
War.
the Vietnam team. But all hope is not lost. Best of 3, we might still see a comeback coming in from our Brunei friends here. And, always a strong competitor, right? We want to see how this plays out for Southeast Asia's meta as a whole as well. So, I'm excited to see this. I hope you are too. Maybe we can see what they're going to ban next. Real quick here, I do believe that that's going to be going on at the moment. Because so far, War has banned Dragonite, right? And
Yep, we still think
that still means that
Dragonite is good.
their composition is still very centered on the same few mons, right? If they ban Dragonite, that means nothing has changed.
Yep.
So it's all going to be onto the side of XDT to try and find a more suitable composition or play a lot better.
Yeah, I think they need to make sure that the Lucario at the top lane really not that free, because he can do so much damage when he is online. And at the bottom lane, especially too, when the late game hero for Team War is really free, so much free for farming, man. Like the Charmander and the Wigglytuff from the last game can do anything. They don't even farm. I think for this second game, they need to do they need to do the same, like 1-1-3 composition against Team War.
So what I'm hearing you say is you want them to try and mirror War here and try to make sure they're more or less the same so that there's not a lot of things they need to work on.
Yeah, at least the laning stage is the same, like 1-1-3. If you want to do the 2-1-2 like last game, there's no time to farm for your late game hero.
That's true, but we do see a few interesting picks here. This is a very, very I want to say this comp is very interesting. You don't have a proper tank, right? Wigglytuff is going to be your main tank, but usually we relegate it to a sub role. And then this entire comp is very squishy. War is going for a very aggressive comp here. On the other hand, we have a bit more maybe a more balanced composition, I would say.
Yeah,
Because top lane is going to be Lucario for War, and then the 3 Pokemon at the bottom will be Pikachu, very strong attacker, a tank like Wigglytuff, and of course sweets on that Eldegoss once again. So not much change there except for the switch to Venusaur, but
okay, change
now we
again.
see the other side, no Absol here.
But
right?
who is going to be the jungler here for Team XDT for you? I think it's going to be Sinner once again, or maybe Charmander. I think it's Charmander because Charmander from the last game is really, really bad, man.
I don't think so. In fact,
you
I
don't
might tell you, it might be Wigglytuff, Charizard, and Pikachu at the bottom lane. Because
Okay.
now your Wigglytuff is able to help you tank, you can go in, and then Pikachu can help you just slowly poke them out.
Okay, at least they're doing 1-1-3 laning stage, right?
Like you
'Cause-
said.
Yeah, with that they can make sure that the late game Pokemon, like Pikachu or maybe Charizard, can do farm, and they can make sure that the late game fight they can win it.
So here it is. There we go. We do see the Charmander at the bottom lane here, as it's called. And while they're mirroring, this is going to be interesting. Because like we were talking about, Charmander has quite a lot of buffs here into Charizard. And, maybe they can make something out of it. As it looks like the fight is ensuing. They are trying to make great work here. But the Charmander is not in far enough to make enough damage. And of course, it looks like they're going to get picked off right there.
Like the bad side for you're still Charmander, that your basic attack is really like melee Pokemon, man. You can do damage from far, so you need to make sure you go in. But from Team War, you got Eldegoss and Venusaur, that range attacker. You can do damage from far away, and only Wigglytuff at the front line, and they can do so much damage, and they can punish more than Team XDT at the bottom lane.
Yeah, and already we do see the fruits of that because it looks like we do have a Wigglytuff. But of course, top side, relentless as well. We don't really need to figure out what's going on there. We just need to know that Lucario is making great work here, and Kwang is once again in the lead here with E-Speed at level 5 on the first beast, and that's pretty amazing.
Yep, with the extreme speed, you can really get that beast so fast, and I think the bottom lane once again.
Alright, so it looks like because another 2 evolutions coming out here, Suzy is of course getting the Razor Leaf here nicely done, and he's got poked off 2 KOs here. Can he get one more here on the last one because that Pikachu looking a little bit shoddy here? And now this is going to be it as they slowly path their way down. Don't have to do much here. Lucario is farming. Look at SDG is in a very decent position if it weren't for bot, but we'll have to see.
You can see that Team War once again giving so much pressure and take that Audino, but here comes the rotation, man.
Here comes the rotation indeed. Can we see Kopimax make some work here? Because he's almost level 7 here. If he gets the Wigglytuff, he evolves. He might be able to go for a few more picks here, but no. Wigglytuff walking out just like that.
Oh my god, like Team War, they really know how to survive, man. They know to take the objective, they know to revive the team fight, and you can see that Team XDT once again struggling to make sure that their Pokemon can do well in the late game later on.
Charmander, you need to start farming up because even though there's no farm here, the only way you can do that now is you need to start clearing out because once that Talonflame comes in, looks like he got already the 2 KOs. I don't need to say too much here, but nicely done. The Cinder Ace coming in with the Pyro Ball here, going goal! And this is going to be another massive win for them as they can get the beast a lot easier now with their jungle not around. Another one coming down. I don't think you want to stay there. But Kopimax, just start farming. You got your team with you, the Charmander's able to level up, and now you just need to heal a little bit more, get level 9, go down for Dreadnought. This is their opportunity. This is their comeback. They're able to make this and take the fight here. They might be able to make something work here. I predicted it. So,
yeah, they're take this first Dreadnought so they can do more damage to Team War, and here comes the rotation.
I'm not saying anything here. Look at that. Lucario with the close combat going for 2 of their players on XDT, completely killing them off right there. You know what? He's not out for blood. He's just saying, if you want to stay here, I'm just going to press this. And if you're going to get hit by it, it's not my fault. And of course, it pays off. But top side here, XDT with the cross-map play here with the Rotom pushing in right there and nicely done. At least they traded objectives. Not too bad.
Yep, I think that the captain from Team XDT said, forget the Dreadnought, we're going to take Rotom, we're going to make sure that our scoring is better than Team War, and we can catch up later on with that creep on farming.
So how is this going to play out is going to be anyone's guess here, but I think bot side is pretty safe to say that you don't want to be on the side of XDT, as once again they completely call them out here as Charmander evolves to already the Charmeleon, but still too weak to do anything against them.
Yep, you can see that this Venusaur with the Petal Dance combo and the Eldegoss backing up with the shield is going to do so much damage, and the survivability as well is going to be a nuisance for Team XDT.
And right here, War again showing them why they are really in the game here, as they're gonna do some massive damage coming in back and forth. But XDT not wanting to let down, calls to Lucario, says, hey, come in here, get a close combat off here, maybe we can do some damage. But not really denting them too much. But a nice fireball here comes in and nice damage. But not KO here is probably an issue that you don't want to be on as they start to go for their scores here as Dennis falls down. Wigglytuff the only one here trying to defend here, but I don't think you want to be on this side.
No, you don't. And you can see the Lucario from Team War. He's taking your jungle, man. You don't want that Lucario to be very free. He's going to take all the level he can get, and it's going to be a very huge threat at the later game on.
Once again, I am not surprised at the fact that War is always coming out on top by a little bit. They've always gone on to have this kind of HP bar suite here, but they've always made it out alive somehow, and I think that's just the issue here. XDT is not capitalizing on getting KOs. They're just trying to do mass damage and not really focusing.
No, yes, they're going to do many damage to many heroes. They don't focus to only one heroes. Like Team War, you can survive so much with that Cotton Guard from the Eldegoss, man. And Wigglytuff with that initiation, he's going to be a very bad hero for Team XDT.
and rightfully so. Now we are looking at, of course, the cross-map play once again as they go for Rotom here, but this time as a team, which might be the key strategy here for XDT, right? If they can group together and fight all of them, they might be able to come back. As, of course, we already see Unites being popped off the Side Swing Slam, coming in, giving some massive damage here with the corner crowd crash. Nice heal coming in from Sweet, but can they get a few more picks here? As cause we do see the Talonflame again going ham on everyone here, and of course it's a massacre, so to speak, as Rotom is also taken out, and basically XDT team completely falls off here, and that push is annihilated and for naught.
I don't know what they're trying to do at the top lane, man. They're losing levels. They want to push with the help of Rotom, but no. Team War is already there with 4 heroes, and the rotation from the Lucario just make it better to make sure that Team XDT is punishable, and yeah, they can do anything right now, man. I think they need to focus only to Warp for now.
And I think you are right. So, this is going to be how it's going to work, or at least how I see it. You have about a minute on the clock. You're going to farm what you can, and you're going to position well. You want to take the first pick you can take, and then start scattering, and then, like, you know, grouping up again, once again, and slowly pick one at bit by bit, like this, right? Lucario's on his own. There's nothing you can do. If you can kill Lucario here, nicely done. Big XP coming in here. Lucario is out for the count for 17 seconds, and that means you can rotate bound to bot to get some XP. You can go to top to get Rotom. Just do something.
Yeah, but still here, you can see that the sneaky goal from this Venusaur. Oh, it's going to be a very huge advantage from scoring. Like 300 already from Team War. They can do this without Zapdos, I think.
I think so too, but we don't want to be too sure here, right? Right now, they are in a better position than they were at the start, but that is not saying that they are in the lead, because War is again ahead. So, if they get the Rotom here, they have to try and defend this, but I don't know what to tell you about it. It looks like they are not in time, and again, levels issue. Nothing is changed here in terms of that number, and it looks like War is now pushing forward.
Yes, you can see that Zapdos is already spawned, and the Team XDT is scattered. Where's
Now, again, I'm telling you, they were in a much better position, but again, not in a leading position. Not the pole that they want to be. They're not in like first place here. They're not winning any fights. But when they picked them off bit by bit, that was their end game strategy that they could capitalize on. But now it's all for naught. They're all not taking it. Zapdos is going to be taken just like that, and War is going to push in for the win here. I don't know what to tell you. Then the only play they can make here is try and get them to die or get KOs, because what else can you possibly do?
No, I don't think you can do anything for now. Like, the Zapdos is taken by Team War. There's Rotom even at the top lane is going in there. They're left it out open. You lose at the objective. You lose the scoring. It's over for Team XDT, I think, man.
It really is, and I think it is time for us to just try and hope and pray here that XDT has a strategy. They still have a minute on the clock, and they do have points at the very least. They have about 500 points in here. Well, it's not enough. If they do get a few KOs, maybe they can make a play here, but it looks like they've more or less surrendered. We do see them just spinning around. So,
Yeah.
I think we can wrap this up. Shall we wrap it up here?
Nah, but there's still time, and I think Team XDT is still thinking for tomorrow's games, maybe. Like, okay, guys, what do we get from here? Team War is really good for team fight. I think we need to do something about it for tomorrow, and we need to make sure that we are going to be better for the next game.
Maybe so, but for now, at least, we are going to have to call it quits here, because 900 to 400 points. I don't think there's any other way you can come back here, because everything's going to be so on the center, and look at that. 0 points from the Lucario, 0 points from the Cinderace, 0 points from Pikachu. You're not having enough to score. I think it's safe to say War has taken the win for this one. GG's.
Yes, it's really nice to read from Team XDT, but once again, Team War, they show, like, from their team name, they are here to fight you and make sure that they are going to win every single team fight.
Yep, as we called it.
Almost 1,000, man. You can see that Team War is really solid with the, especially that Talonflame. I know its Talonflame is really, really good.
Again, we see the damage numbers. No surprise, Talonflame's on top. Lucario this time not too high, but also matching both Lucarios, right? More or less have the same amount of damage here. They play a lot differently, and almost came closer than the last game. But XDT, I think your change was a little bit too slow, and you didn't have time to adapt to that.
I still think that once again this Charizard showing no so impact to this team. Like you can do so much more damage with your buff, with that flamethrower and fireburst, but if you're struggling at the early game, you are nothing later on.
Right, right. So, what could we possibly do in this case for XDT to really, fix that composition up?
I still think that Charizard still better changeable for other Pokemon, man. Like there's no impact for both game for me for this Charizard.
You're right, you're right. Changing Charizard might be a play here. And, XDT, well, that's the advice that, my co-caster Stayv is gonna give you. I'm just gonna piggyback on that. But War, again, congratulations on taking that out. That was a fantastic display of skill there.
Yeah, and we are going to make sure that Team War is going to the upper bracket, I think.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. But unfortunately, I do believe these are all the games we have for today. So, not sure if you want to have any final words here or any final wrapping thoughts here, but I think most of the teams here did a fantastic job today. It was some of the games were 2-0. Not all the games were a complete landslide. There was always adaptation. We could see clearly that, hey, well, they got landslide in game 1. We were able to come back and push for a better situation in game 2, and we weren't completely lost. And, that's a very good example is the game we just casted. So, any final thoughts?
And we are final talk is we are going to make sure tomorrow games is going to be better, and of course it's going to be very exciting for us casters and of course for you guys, the viewers.
More importantly for me, we're not gonna start with a 30 minute long wait, hopefully. We got that out of the way already, so we don't need to see that tomorrow.
Please don't.
Yeah, but in any case, once again, thank you all for watching today's so qualifiers for our Sea Community Invitational. My name is Nyterra. Of course, I got Stayvy with me, and we'll see you tomorrow.